To all the participants, please prepare because we will start the conference exactly in 5 minutes. And please change your Zoom name account like the format provided in the chat box. And if you want certificate for these events, you will need to fill out the forms also provided in the chat box. Once again, in 5 minutes, we will start the conference. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 10th International Conference on Entrepreneurship, Facing Economic Uncertainty through Digital Entrepreneurship. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm applause for this 10th ICOEN. Thank you so much. I would like to welcome Professor Dr. Christina Vidya Utami, MMCLC CPM Asia, Vice Rector of Universitas Ciputra, Surabaya. Good morning. Warm applause, ladies and gentlemen. Our speaker, Mr. Ganjar Pranowo, SAMIB, Governor of Central Java, Indonesia, who is unfortunately cannot attend today's conference. Dr. Emil Edardak Bibus, MSc, Vice Governor of East Java, Indonesia. Dr. Trianggoro Wiradinata, STMNSC from Universitas Ciputra, Surabaya. Good morning. Professor Dennis Chick, PhD, IESEG, School of Management, France. Good morning. Professor Dr. Rosalina Binti Ahmad Saufi, University Malaysia, Kelantan, Malaysia. Good morning. Dr. V. Shamala Susan, ABC Mahalaxmi College for Women, India. Mr. Alan Tubikov from AT Solve Propriety Limited. and to all the participants who joined via Zoom, and to all the participants who are attending Dian Auditorium. To everyone, good morning and welcome to the 10 ICOEN. Ladies and gentlemen, this event is an annual event, and interestingly, this year the committee held it live at Dian Auditorium, Universitas Ciputra, Surabaya, through virtual conference and also live streaming in YouTube. I will read through the event's rundown as follows. The event will start with singing National Anthem of Indonesia, to be continued with the hymn of Universitas Ciputra, continue with the opening prayer and the welcoming speech from the conference chairman. Later on, we will continue with welcoming speech from the Dean of School of Business and Management. We will have our keynote speaker with keynote speak 1 until 5, to be continued with question and answer. We will have our break for lunch, and to be continued with keynote speak 6 and 7, question and answer, and the closing for conference day 1 at 3 p.m. today. Ladies and gentlemen, we will start our events by singing National Anthem of Indonesia, to be continued by the hymn of Ciputra University. I will invite everyone, please stand up, because we are going to sing the National Anthem of Indonesia to all the participants who are attending Dian Auditorium, and also for the participants joining via Zoom.
Thank you. Ciputra, gemilang masa depan di tangan kita. Di sini di Universitas Ciputra, cakrawala masa depan terbuka bagi generasi muda bangsa Indonesia untuk menjadi entrepreneur utama. Di sini di Universitas Ciputra, semua mimpi akan menjadi nyata. Siapa langkah pasti penuh dengan inovasi, bekerja dan berguna untuk dunia. Jadilah yang unggul dan terdepan dengan keahlian dan ilmu pengetahuan, turut serta membangun bangsa Indonesia dan siap menantang dunia. Bersama Universitas Ciputra, gemilang masa depan di tangan kita.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Thank you so much. To start the event for today, I would like to invite Dr. Henry Susanto Pranoto, BSc in Bible, Ambus, for the opening prayer.
Morning, everyone. Before we continue our event, let's pray our prayer in Christian. God, my Father, thank you, Jesus, for today. Thank you for this beautiful event that you prepare for us so that we can learn, we can improve our knowledge, and first of all, we can grow in our relationship to know about your glory and your blessing to this wisdom and knowledge and understanding. Bless this event, bless all the speakers, all the attendants, and give us peace, joy, and also, Lord, give us a time for fathom and to think about the knowledge that you have granted for us. Thank you, Lord Jesus. Bless the rest of the event from the start until the end. Thank you, God. In the name of Jesus Christ, we pray and believe and surrender. Amen.
Thank you so much, Dr. Henry Susanto Pranoto, for the opening prayer. Now I would like to invite our conference chairman, Igusti Bagus Yosia Wirya Kusuma, SSEMM EP, for the welcoming speech.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of organizing committee, I would like to welcome all participants to the 10th International Conference on Entrepreneurship held by School of Business and Management, Universitas Ciputra, Surabaya. In this annual conference, we hope to address the issue of economic uncertainty we have faced throughout the past few years, when COVID-19 triggered major economic downturns, high unemployment rates, and a collective push toward digital transformation for surviving business. Entrepreneurs strive to survive in these uncertain times by taking advantage of digital transformation. The 10th International Conference on Entrepreneurship is held to answer the dynamic, the opportunity, and the challenges in digital entrepreneurship. This conference is held as a series of ICOEN annual seminars, which have been held 9 times in Indonesia and Timor-Leste. The 10th International Conference on Entrepreneurship promotes entrepreneurship in relation to economic, industrial, and business development with the topic of facing economic uncertainty through digital entrepreneurship. In regard of this topic, we have invited exceptional keynote speakers who are here with us, Mr. Haji Ganjar Pranowo, Dr. Emil Idardak, Dr. Trianggoro Wiradinata, Professor Dennis Cik, Professor Dr. Roselina binti Ahmad Saufi, Dr. V. Syamala Susan, and Mr. Alan Tupikov. Thank you for your enthusiasm to participate in this conference. Finally, thank you for all participants who have joined us, and I hope everyone can benefit from this event. Salam entrepreneurs.
Thank you so much, Mr. Igusti Bagus Yosia. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to invite Dean of School of Business and Management, Professor Dr. Christina Vidya Utami, MMCLC CPM Asia, to come on stage and share the welcoming speech. Ladies and gentlemen, please give warm applause to Professor Dr. Christina Vidya Utami.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan, Rahayu. Welcome to the 10th International Conference in Entrepreneurship. On behalf of the School of Management and Business, I would like to give my warm greeting to Rector of Universitas Ciputra, Surabaya, Insinyur Yohanes Somawiharja, Master of Science. But today, he cannot attend here with us because he has another agenda. As well as our honorable keynote speaker who has joined us from Indonesia and across several countries, Mr. Ganjar Pranowo, SHMIP, Government of Central Java, Dr. Emil Dardak, Master of Science, Vice Governor of East Java, Dr. Tri Anggoro Wiradinata, Master Engineering, Deans of School of Information Technology, Prof. Dennis Cik, PhD from IACSG School of Management France, Professor Dr. Rosalina binti Ahmad Saifi from University Kelantan, Malaysia, Kelantan, Dr. Syamala Susan from APC Mahalakshmi College of Women India, and Mr. Alan Tupikov from Adsolve Ltd Australia. And to all participants of this conference joined in this auditorium and via Zoom, it is an honor to stand before such a distinguished gathering of researchers, scholars, and experts who has dedicated their time and energy to advancing the boundaries of human knowledge. This conference serves as a testament to our shared commitment to intellectual exploration and innovation. This year's ICOEN theme is Facing Economic Uncertainty Through Digital Entrepreneurship, and it underscores the importance of addressing the critical challenges facing our world today. As well as entrepreneurship are known to go against the grain even when time gets tough. Their dedication has paved the way for new generation or entrepreneur to continue the mission to meet a need in the marketplace. The same principle guide entrepreneurs today, but a different toolkit may be necessary in order to stand out and succeed. We find ourselves in a world that is evolving faster than ever before, driven by technology advancement and unforeseen global events. These changes have, in many ways, disrupted traditional business model and created economic turbulence. In the face of the uncertainty, digital entrepreneurship has emerged as a powerful force for resilience and adaptability. During this conference, everyone will have the opportunity to exchange ideas, network with peers, and gain new insight into your field of study. We have a paid schedule of sessions and keynote speeches from leading experts in various disciplines, offering a wealth of knowledge and inspiration. Together, we have the power to make a positive impact on the world through our research, and I'm confident that the presentation and discussion over these 2 days will contribute to this collective effort. Through its conference, we hope that the challenges occurred due to economic uncertainty and digital transformation can be overcome and help our country to rise above economic downturn caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. I want to express my gratitude to all the speakers, presenters, and participants who are here for this conference. Your dedication to the pursuit of knowledge, it was makes the conference possible, and we are privileged to have you share your expertise with us. I would like to take this opportunity to also appreciate the organizing committee led by Mr. Igusti Bagus Yosia for the commitment and hard work to ensure the smooth running of the virtual conference. Please give him applause, and team, thank you very much for the team, this excellent team, hard work to ensure the smooth running of this virtual conference. I hope that all the participants will gain fruitful insight and knowledge from the extraordinary speakers today. Once again, welcome to the 10th International Conference in Entrepreneurship. I look forward to the exciting days ahead and the remarkable contribution that each of you will make to our shared quest for knowledge. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and salam entrepreneur.
Thank you so much, Professor Dr. Christina Widya Utami. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to the 10th ICOEN International Conference on Entrepreneurship, Facing Economic Uncertainty Through Digital Entrepreneurship. Warm applause, ladies and gentlemen. I would like once again to inform all the participants who join via Zoom to change your virtual background using the picture that we have provided in the chat box, because we start the event sharply. So ladies and gentlemen, to start our keynote speaker sessions, I would like to invite our moderator for the keynote speaker sessions, Dr. Natalia Cristiani, SPD, MPD, CPH, CMs, to come on stage to start our keynote speaker sessions. One more applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give applause again to Mr. Charlie Hongdianto, SEMM CPS, our great MC today. Yes, I'm here, Natalia Cristiani. I'm a lecturer of IBM International class. I would love to be your moderator today. We are going to have 2 sessions of keynote speakers. The first session, there will be 3 keynote speakers. I would like, and then the second session after lunch, we are going to have 2 keynote speakers. Okay, without long introduction, I would like to invite our first session keynote speakers. The first keynote speaker, Dr. Trianggoro Wiradinata, as Sarjana Teknik, Master of Engineering Science. Please welcome and come to the stage. Please give applause to our first keynote speaker. Okay, I would like to introduce you first. Our first keynote speaker, who is also the dean of 2 schools. Yes, School of Informatics and Technology, and also the dean of School of Entrepreneurship and Humanities. Okay, Dr. Trianggoro Wiradinata, Sarjana Teknik, Masters of Engineering Science, is an associate professor at Universitas Ciputra, Surabaya. He joined Universitas Ciputra in 2006. That's the year where UC, Universitas Ciputra, was established, and is currently the dean of School of Information Technology and also the director. This one. The director for the Apple Developer Academy at UC. Okay, he received a bachelor's degree in electrical engineering, major in computing, from Petra Christian University, PCU, Indonesia, and a master's degree in computer science from the University of New South Wales, Australia. He completed his PhD program in information technology from the Assumption University in Thailand. His main research interests are data science, software engineering, technology adoption, and technology-based entrepreneurship. Associate Professor Dr. Wiradinata is a member of the Association for Computing Machinery, ACM, and the Association for Information Systems Indonesia, ISINDO. There are so many biodata profile from Dr. Trianggoro Wiradinata. Later, Dr. Tri will present about AI-enabled entrepreneurial process. Thank you for coming and also for your availability to share to all of us. I would like to invite the second keynote speaker. We have here, if I may be honest, what I know from our second keynote speaker, he has a very long CV. And he already make a summary, and it's still long for me. I would like to long here, if I'm not mistaken, Prof. Dennis Chick, around 94 pages, and there are still some pages here. But allow me, Prof. Dennis Chick, to welcome you to the stage and introduce a little bit. Prof. Dennis Chick, PhD. This is our second keynote speaker of today. Thank you, Prof. Dennis. Prof. Dennis has been a professor, executive, global consultant, chief learning officer, and serial entrepreneur with leadership and research and development experience at regional, national, and international levels. He has been an annual visiting professor of innovation and entrepreneurship since 2013 in the undergraduate and graduate programs of IESEG, School of Management in Paris and Lille. Where are these cities? If I speak like this, Paris, yes? Not Paris van Java, that's here in Indonesia. Yeah, this is in France. France, IESEG. That's stand for Institut d'Economie Scientifique et de Gestion. Sorry if it's wrong. Yeah, my French is not so good. And if I may be honest also, I have known Prof. Dennis Chick since 2009 or 2010, something like that. Prof. Dennis Chick's already with Universitas Ciputra. Give applause to Prof. Dennis Chick. Yeah. There are so many things here that Prof. Dennis has consulted with 34 public, 22 private institutions of higher education across 12 nations, 3 continents, and many more. Wow, so many articles also he has been published, and also, could be our references, could be cited by all of us here. Well, basically, this probably can be a question. His bachelor actually in biology science, but now he has giving his expertise more in entrepreneurship, especially leadership also, Prof. Dennis? So later, Prof. Dennis Chick will present to all of us about digital entrepreneurship, a hedge against economic uncertainty. So please, follow these sessions until the end. Thank you once again to Prof. Dennis Chick for your availability. Our next keynote speaker for our first session in this auditorium, I would like to introduce to you all. This professor also has a very long CV. I'm so proud to read your CV, Professor Dr. Roselina binti Ahmad Saufi from University Malaysia Kelantan, Malaysia. I would like to invite Prof. Roselina to the stage. Please give applause, ladies and gentlemen, beloved students. Okay. Thank you for your availability as well, Prof. You have a very long, I would like to say here because it is a G Drive and also PDF, so I know the pages. 54 pages with so many remarkable achievements that Professor Roselina already achieved. Okay, she graduated from UKM. UKM is University Kelantan, Kebangsaan Malaysia. Oh, that's your undergraduate. Yeah, Bachelor of Business Administration. And then she continued her master's and also PhD at the same university. In UK. Yes, in UK, for gathering Master of Business Administration and also PhD at Sheffield, yes, University UK. Okay, and like what I said before, that there are so many achievements that she has already achieved and shared to all of us here, and it is true that later Professor Roselina will share to all of us about the future for digital entrepreneurship education. Hopefully, ladies and gentlemen, audience in this auditorium, and also to all of the participants in the Zoom, please follow and also enjoy this keynote speakers material from the first, second, and the third speakers. Okay, let's start. After 3 of our keynote speakers have presented their materials, I would like to open question and answer session. Students who are here and also in the Zoom, you may prepare your questions, okay, for each of the speakers here, and you can write down or you can save it in the chat for the Zoom, in the chat room, or here. I know that you are now typing, not yet, maybe you want to type something, it's okay, but later, please type what you want to ask for the future of your knowledge also in entrepreneurship. Okay, let's start. The first speaker, we would like to have an opportunity to Dr. Trianggoro Wirajinata, Sarjana Teknik, Master of Engineering Science, AI-enabled entrepreneurial process. Give applause to Dr. Trianggoro. Time's yours.
Thank you, Dr. Natalia. Good morning to Vice Rector 1 for Academic Affairs, Professor Utami, and also Yossi as the chairman of the conference. And also to all participants of ICOEN who follows the conference through offline in this auditorium, and also the one who joined via Zoom online. And also to the second speaker, Professor Dennis Chik. I've known him for a long time, since 2009. He was the vice president at the Kaufman Foundation by that time, and also Professor Roselina. So good morning. Right, let me start my opening. So last year, it was a mind-boggling time for me because of a new thing, something called the generative AI, or in short, we call it Gen AI. And this is the example of the Gen AI. And we can ask AI to do or generate content that we want, not just text, but it's also an image. So this image was generated by Bing Image Creator, and it's using the engine called DALL-E. So this is a very mind-boggling because this never happened. before. So let me continue with the second slide. Right. For those of you who are living in the same age like me, when I was in primary school, my teacher always said, don't use calculator, otherwise your computing ability, you will have a skill issue with the computing. And yet, when I was in high school, everyone, students, even my teachers told us to buy a calculator, use it to solve complex mathematical equation. And then I still remember another example. That's the early days of internet in Indonesia. That was the time when I was still a college student. My advisor said that if you want to be a good student, go to library, read the journal, read the textbook. Don't use the internet because the internet is very unreliable by that time. And yet, when I work as a lecturer or as a practitioner, I always rely on the internet. So how about the artificial intelligence right now? Let's go to the next slide. My name is Trianggoro, as introduced by the moderator today, and I won't be repeating the same information that has been explained by the moderator. So I'll go to the next slide. All right. So this is my presentation agenda. Allow me to also give an explanation about the artificial intelligence in brief, and how AI enabled a business process that can be used by entrepreneurs or aspiring entrepreneurs. And then we will continue with the further discussion. Next slide, please. So we are now living in the era of the Industry 4.0, where we know that many things, many conventional things become smart things that we call as the Internet of Things. So car, usually run by human, now it becomes a smart car that can detect if we do mistakes, even if we are in a drowsy situation. The car may give us a warning that you are drowsy, please pull over and refresh yourself. And soon we are going to have a car that doesn't need driver, autonomous vehicle. So that's the era where we are living. Things become Internet of Things. That's the 4.0 Industry Revolution. Let's continue with the next slide. And there is a supporting technology that supports the Industry 4.0. One of them is artificial intelligence and also the Internet of Things. Let me continue with the next slide. But then we know that, next slide please. We know that 3 years ago, pandemic came. So everything that has been planned, how we can use Internet of Things, how we can use artificial intelligence, become accelerated. Suddenly, everyone who don't use technology are being forced to use technology. No one says that I know nothing about technology, because during the pandemic era, we are all using technology to connect. Otherwise, we will not be able to connect to people. Lecturers are being asked, being encouraged to use conference or a conference software like Zoom or maybe Google Meet to have our class. Otherwise, we won't have the interaction. So technology has been accelerated during the COVID, and we know that despite the many destruction that COVID causes to us, it also enables the acceleration of technology. And we believe that everything that we have learned during the pandemic about the use of technology will be stay with us, and we are going to use it. And one of them is artificial intelligence. Next slide, please. All right, so allow me to explain for those of you who are not really familiar about the artificial intelligence. I promise this is a very brief explanation. So basically, artificial intelligence is we are trying to train machine to think like human, even though we know that it will never happen to be 100% as smart as human. But we can train machine to do repetitive tasks that is normally done by human. And there are three terminologies that is important for artificial intelligence. The first one is machine learning. So machine learning is widely adopted in many business cases. So for example, at Ciputra University, we use machine learning to predict which customer is, or which, not customer, but which prospective students is actually a big prospect for the marketing, so that they can focus which prospective students that can be follow up right away. And also deep learning. Deep learning is a subset of machine learning which focus on the use of neural network. So it can help with the prediction that is not just text or numerical data, but it can also be used for graphical data. And the last one, this is the one that I said that is mind-boggling since last year, is generative AI. So AI that can generate many things that we give instruction to. Next slide, please. So Bain & Company. Bain & Company is a famous consulting firm. They said that you are out of time to wait and see on AI. So if we don't do anything, if we don't try to use artificial intelligence for our business, they said that you are out of time. So you need to use, even though the AI is not perfect yet. Next slide, please. Also from the report by McKinsey Global Survey, 2003, this year, is the breakout year of artificial intelligence. So generative AI has been the most thing that people are talking about right now. And probably most of the software that being used by students, especially Ciputra University students, maybe. So I'll give you an example. So last semester I have an exam. It's an open laptop exam. And suddenly, some of our students who I know has difficulties completing some task, doing coding, becomes very excellent in doing coding. And I was asking them, hey, how do you solve this coding? Your coding is beautiful. It works as the way that I want. It's actually exceed my expectation. And then the student said, oh, yes, sir, we are asking help from the ChatGPT. Right, the ChatGPT, it stands for Generative Pre-trained Transformers. So AI is our assistant. So do not let AI becomes the king of our life, but AI is our assistant. Do not just believe, because just last Monday, I was asking students to solve some probability computation, and they went it wrong because it's a simple question, but because they asked ChatGPT without knowing the essence of the problem, ChatGPT gave them the answers that is way more complex, and they were trapped in confusion. And they asked, oh, I cannot solve this, or I don't understand any of it. That's why, understand the question first. You be the king. AI is your assistant. Next slide, please. And how about we use AI for entrepreneurial process? So before we talk about entrepreneurial process, there may be a lot of literature talking about entrepreneurial process, but here at UZ, we usually refers to the one that is introduced by Steve Blank. Next slide, please. So Steve Blank coined a terminology called customer development, which consists of 4 phases, which is not linear. And let me explain how can AI help venture creation. Next slide, please. So just in brief, what Steve Blank told us, the way we are creating new venture, it usually starts with customer discovery. So we find our target markets, we are defining our ideas, and then we proceed to the customer validation. Is the idea that we have or the founder have is accepted by customer or not? If it's not, then we are going to do, start from the beginning. We need to do a customer discovery again, and it's an iterative process until we can make sure that our solution is reliable and scalable. And then we proceed to the next step, that is customer creation. So we define our customer and we start selling. That's when the execution begins. And finally, when we have already established our customer creation or our demand generation, we step into the last one, that is company building. So normally people don't just jump into company building. They start with the idea, they test the idea, and then they define the product and the market before they establish the company. Going to the next slide. So first one, during the customer discovery process, AI algorithms, they can be used to analyze large data set, extract valuable things. So many things that we don't discover before. So this is what happened last year when I was talking to one of the businessmen in Surabaya. He said that I was opening a grocery store where I don't know that there is a specific customer that is always buying almost the same set of things. And then later on, I just knew that this person is actually starting up a business of selling a pancake. So he or she, when they come to my grocery store, they will always buy the same set of things. And then by using data, my employee discover that we can sell a package. So it becomes a cross-selling activity. So that's what we call as how AI helps with the market basket analysis. We can help the customer discovery phase. This is just one example, a lot of example for the customer discovery. Next one is the customer validation stage. So we can always use a chatbot or virtual assistant to get feedback from our customer. And the way we get feedback is 24 hours by 7. So AI can always be used. So traditional chatbot, they may only ask you several questions that is not based on the inquiry that is being input by the user. So by using AI, they can detect what kind of question is this, and they can find from the large data set, and they will give you a more precise answer. Right, so after the validation stage, AI also plays a crucial role in customer creation or demand generation. So what AI do is business can optimize their marketing strategies and target the right audience with personalized and relevant content. So if you are a Netflix user, or if you are a Disney Plus user, or even you just a regular YouTube user who likes to watch videos, AI can help you to find things that you like. So for example, you like to play tennis and you like to go for a holiday, you like to go to the beach. They will analyze you, they will collect your data, and you will be like being served with the data that you will like. So they won't give you videos that you won't watch. So that's one of the crucial role of the AI. And finally, the final step about the company creation or enterprise structuring. How AI can help? AI can help with many things, including how to efficiently use your employee, how to make a scheduling model that is met with the needs of a company. So AI can help with many things. Let me continue with the next slide. There are 5 AI technologies that driving business value, which is the first one is image recognition. Image recognition is being used by many devices, and also speech recognition, and chatbots and chat ops. So as I mentioned before, chatbots nowadays is a smart chatbot, not just an if-else chatbot, but it's an intelligent chatbot as if it's a human operating machine. And natural language generation. Next one is sentiment analysis. So sentiment analysis is being used for customer validation. A lot of companies are trying to use sentiment analysis by throwing a product, and then they will filter how a customer or future customer react towards that product. Is it positive or is it negative? And it's being crawled from the social media. The data is there in the social media being extracted, and they will know that this product got a sentiment, the sentiment is positive or the sentiment is negative. Next slide, please. In conclusion, right, so overall, AI has the potential to enhance decision making, automate tasks, and improve efficiency at each step of the starting a business. By leveraging AI technologies, entrepreneurs can gain competitive advantage, optimize their operations, and deliver personalized experience to the customer, because everyone likes to be personalized nowadays. However, we have a further discussion. Next slide, please. There are several key principles that underpin AI ethics that we need to consider carefully, because as you know that AI is still growing, it's not mature yet, and some even say that we don't know about how AI can generate the answer. So there are several things that we need to consider. The first one is transparency. When we talk about transparency, AI systems should be designed in a way that is transparent and it's explainable to the users where they come from. So if you are a ChatGPT user and it's 3.5, it doesn't give you the source. But if you are moving to the newer version, which is ChatGPT 4.0, they will give you the source. So you can always track down where this answer coming from. And second one is about the accountability. We believe that developers and the users of AI systems should be held accountable for their actions, whether it's a good one or it's a bad one. Privacy. AI systems should be designed to protect privacy of individuals, so collecting data. I know there is a big concern about collecting data in Indonesia. You know, in Indonesia, some of my friends from overseas, they said that, I like doing business with researchers in Indonesia. I said, why? What is so interesting? My friend said, yes, because you have no rules about collecting data. You have no strict regulation about collecting data. You can just collect data, and it's very quick. That's why I like to work with you. All right, and fairness. AI should be designed to avoid bias and ensure fairness. And last one, safety. AI systems should be designed to ensure the safety of individuals and society as a whole. So we don't design AI to bring danger to humanity. Last one, suggestion for research in AI. Recently, I'd like to evaluate the use of AI self-efficacy construct when we are doing research, because I think this construct is still under development, and it was published by Wang and Chuang in just July 2003. So it's still new, but we need to evaluate when we are going to use for our research. So thank you for sharing. These are my references from next slide, and again, next slide, please. Right, this is the end of my presentation. Thank you for your attention, and hopefully it brings benefit to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Trianggoro Wiradinata. Okay, that was a very interesting topic, and I do hope many of us here have questions. I have already noted down. Later, we will please keep your questions until the end of our keynote speaker session in this first session. Okay, I would like to invite Prof. Dennis Chick to present his topic, Digital Entrepreneurship, a Hedge Against Economic Uncertainty. Please give applause to Prof. Dennis Chick. Time's yours.
So you see, I have a question mark here. I'm going to be the skeptic in the room because that's what academics are trained to do. There's many, many positive things we can say, and there's a few other things that we actually have to think quite deeply about. So I'm going to proceed, in a somewhat random way. I have a series of slides here. I also have a bibliography I prepared for you because there's a saying, never read a good book if you can read a better book. So I've tried to sort through not using chatbots. I have personally created a bibliography for you to investigate further these kinds of topics. But as we've said already, if we think about the topic here, digital entrepreneurship, you'll find there are many, many different definitions in the literature about what these two words mean together, what they mean separately and what they mean together. And it's interesting too when we think about economic uncertainty, the theme of this conference, right? It's been said, if you want economic uncertainty, you ask 3 economists for their opinions and you'll get 5. If you want 10 opinions, just add 1 more economist to the group. So economic uncertainty is always with us, in fact, but sometimes we feel it more centrally in our own personal lives. And living through COVID, which is a continuing phenomenon, and there'll be things behind COVID, there always have been. As a historian, I have to remind you of the Black Death that swept through Europe. 1 in every 3 people died. In the Middle Ages, World War II resulted in the deaths of 80 million people worldwide. Humanity has been here many times before. There's been much uncertainty. But the critical word to me in the title and the theme of this conference is the first word, facing. Economic uncertainty through entrepreneurship. You can't run away from life. You just have to face it. And entrepreneurs have some special grit that enables them to face strong headwinds and to move forward despite the uncertainties. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Well, we go on without the slide, I guess. So we need to remind ourselves of a few things. One is that there's certain things we know about entrepreneurship, and I think it's good for us to remind ourselves that entrepreneurship is an irrational activity. You choose to do something that very few people choose to do. You choose to not take a job, but try to make a job for yourself and for many, many other people. Entrepreneurs need some help. They need to spend time with a therapist because they're not making a rational decision. They're making an important decision, but it is rash. They are going to risk their future to try to get to something better, to try to get to something fuller, to try to get to something that is much more vital and important. And in risking in that manner, they are being true to themselves. They hope other people will go with them. But one of the things about leadership is you have to have followers. And there's sometimes you're like the brave person in the film, Braveheart or whatever kind of film you look at. There's always some idiot that runs out there ahead of everybody else, waving their sword. And many times they don't even look back to see if anybody's behind them. So when you think about entrepreneurs, I think we undersell how easy it is. It's actually one of the most difficult of all human undertakings. It is therefore no wonder that so many businesses, so many startups in the social realm, in the cultural realm, in the commercial realm fail within a very, very short period of time. On the other hand, there are people who many years ago launched a venture, and there are certain ventures from Japan that launched over 1,000 years ago, and that business still survives. And in some cases, it's still a family business. It's been handed down through many, many generations. Now, if their ancestors came back from 1,000 years ago, first of all, that would be scary. But secondly, when you met those ancestors and they looked at what you're doing, they would be very surprised that you're in an entirely different business that they never even thought of. So this is the work of entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship is the key to this particular map. This is from Visual Capitalist. If you don't know Visual Capitalist, you can sign up for it. It'll come into your social media device every single day. They take complex forms of information and they create on one page a visual. And it's often said if you can show on one page, you actually really understand this. So this is the world's entire economy. Indonesia's tucked along down there, just above India, with an economy that is far less than China, its other big neighbor there in the diagram. But when we look at the lower right-hand corner of this oval, what we really see there is that there's enormous potential that lurks in this chart. Many of the countries that are in this lower quadrant, they're all in Asia, but many of them have large populations and populations that are going to continue to grow. They're not yet realizing their full potential. Next slide, please. If you look at the most valuable companies worldwide, these are the 50 most valuable companies around the globe. The first thing you notice is they're all in the G7, almost all exclusively G7 countries. The second that you notice is they're in many different sectors, hence the different colors. Some are in healthcare. Some are in consumer products. Some, of course, are in technology. Some are in natural resources, finance. These companies by themselves control much of what happens in the world, indirectly through their operations, but sometimes directly also through their lobbying and through their support of politicians in various countries. And many times they write the unwritten rules by which economies actually operate. There's a few players on this list that are well known to every single person in this room. And you help them in their dominance because every day you use your chat bot and you use your email and you use your social media and you use all for free. Isn't it wonderful? Well, it's not free, is it? Somebody's benefiting. Next slide, please. It makes these companies dominant. Every single country you see filled in color on this map, Microsoft's income alone, its revenue cap, is higher than every single country that's colored in on this map. The countries down the bottom, which Indonesia is down there in the bottom, the countries down the bottom are those countries of the world whose GDP is close to Microsoft. Next slide. So there's Amazon. Once again, Indonesia is down there at the bottom vying with Amazon. Indonesia is neck and neck with Amazon to see who can be bigger, right? Next slide. Apple. Even more of the world is colored in by Apple. Next slide. Facebook, now called Meta, because that's the next realm that a technology company wants you to get into. They want you to live in a virtual world, and if they have their way, never leave it. They want you to spend all your precious time in the worlds they create, a virtual world that you live in. Next slide. You live in one of the greatest places to live on earth in terms of future opportunities. The ASEAN countries right now have 682 million people. It's estimated by 2050 at the current rate, you'll have almost 800 million people living in Southeast Asia. Indonesia, as you see, its population is predicted to grow to 317 million. But you'll notice right now it's fourth in the world, its population. India being 1, China 2, US number 3, and Indonesia number 4. By 2050, Indonesia will have more people, but Nigeria and one other African country will have overtaken Indonesia as the fourth and fifth biggest countries by population in the world. Philippines is also, of course, expected to grow, as is Vietnam. If you live in this part of the world and you launch an enterprise in this part of the world, you have a vast market, potentially available to you. And a lot of that market is in your country. On 6 islands, mainly, right? Most of Indonesia lives on only 6 islands. Java has over 150 million people living on it. It is the largest inhabited large island on Earth. And you're already here. And you already speak the language. And you already know some of the customs. But you also know how incredibly diverse your country is and how many other languages are being spoken still in Indonesia, as it should be. But they pose problems for you potentially too in trying to reach certain populations who do not speak Bahasa, is my understanding. That there are large numbers of people in this country who do not speak Bahasa. I don't speak Bahasa, but I promise I'm going to work on this. Next slide, please. So this is what I was saying a little bit about before, the second bullet there. It's an irrational choice. The first bullet's really important. It's a relatively small group of entrepreneurs worldwide and in every single country that provide most of the growth of the economy. And so entrepreneurs occupy an important place in societies. Not only commercial entrepreneurs, but also social entrepreneurs and creative and cultural entrepreneurs. They help enrich the wider society in a way that no other group does, at a scale no other group does. And that's where it's important to think about entrepreneurship in terms of scale. If you're running a small business and you want to stay in business, you are an innovator. You will stay in business because you constantly have to change things in order to reach people, have people buy your product, continue in the marketplace, compete against other people, etc. I view that as small business innovation. It's incredibly important. It provides jobs to a relatively small number of people, but nevertheless, it's important. But if you go to scale, if you have 10 stores instead of 1, if you then have 100 stores instead of 10, in that leap, each of those leaps, you have to undertake risk. And it's usually risk you're sharing with someone else. You have to convince friends, family, and fools, the famous 3 Fs, friends, families, and fools to give you money. Or you have to find somebody who really, truly believes in you for some odd reason. And they're willing to give you some serious money to greatly expand and accelerate, in some cases, your expansion. I won't go through all these items on the list because you can read these for yourself. But the last bullet on this page is also really important. It's the strong role that institutional factors play in being a successful entrepreneur. I've sat in presentations in different countries of the world where when the entrepreneur is talking about the challenges they've had, you want to just cry. Because they've had unbelievable obstacles put in their way by their government's failure to provide a supportive environment. Next slide. There is a global index of digital entrepreneurship systems. It's measured 113 economies. Singapore, not surprisingly, is number 1 on this list. Korea, Malaysia, and the People's Republic of China are other Asian countries that score extremely well on this index. Most of the Asian Development Bank countries, developing countries in Asia, are lagging behind. Indonesia's rank is described there, and you see it's kind of like in the middle of the pack right now. And it's in the middle of the pack in part because its stand-up system, the economic system that already exists within the country and the rule of law, et cetera, and so forth, its startup system, that which is specifically focused on the creation of new business, and its scale-up systems, what kind of capital and other support is available for entrepreneurs to continue to expand, is right about in the middle. Indonesia has to figure out how to move that further up the scale. And the future of this country and your role in this country in the next 30 years is going to matter significantly to what happens in Indonesia. Next slide, please. There's a lot of potential worth for digitization. I won't go through this list, but you can quickly see some things here where it reduces cost, it improves logistics, it enhances customer segmentation, it speeds everything up, it gives access sometimes for marginalized entrepreneurs. Next slide, please. It also has lower data costs. It does enable you to have much wider collaborations, partnerships. It enables you to have much wider exposure to other ideas that you might be able to adapt to your business. It also allows access to capital. You can now crowdfund to expand your entrepreneurial venture. And through crowdfunding, if you make an appropriate argument, you may find some people willing to back you as a one-time deal. Next slide. You get much, much better data. Professor Roy has given us some idea about one means of acquiring more information where you are. Businesses today have much better available data than any generation who has ever lived on Earth. You have internal information, you have superior external information. People used to have to wait till the ship crossed the seas and brought you news, which was 6 months old to 8 months old when you read it. That's how old it was. Now, you get it right into your handheld computer, instantaneously, virtually. The benefits are enormous, and it has much more leveled the playing field between big actors and small actors, which is why more and more small businesses now work in concert with large companies, because the information systems, the digital aspect of life, enables them to do so successfully. Next slide. But there are also challenges, and this is the other side of the equation, the trade-offs. A lot more relationships with people are superficial. They come and they go. You used to face all your customers face-to-face. Now you have customers clear on the other side of the world. All the businesses you used to work with and from live right near you or within some reasonable distance of you, and you met them face-to-face. Now you can draw up contracts with people you will never, ever meet face-to-face. And this is happening every day all over the place. But we should be worried about Big Brother lurking down there in the lower left corner. We are giving Big Brother tremendous access to our lives and to our futures. Some parts of the world, like the European Union, are getting technology companies really skittish. They're getting scared because of what's coming. Somebody has to put a stop to this train. That unencumbered access to people's personal data at large scales over long periods of time means they know more about your life than you do. They remember more about what you did than you remember. We have made a Faustian bargain of getting technologies close to hand, being able to use things freely, so-called freely, at fairly large expense. And what we hear from tech companies is, just trust us. We will be trustworthy with your data. Come on now. Are we really going to believe this? We need to think more seriously about these things. And we now know that a state actor who is absolutely determined to break into your company, even a huge company, gets broken into by state-based actors. They have the tools, the persistence, and the knowledge to break into any information system. There is no cloud that is immune to this. There is no company that is immune to this. I used to be a CIO as well as a CEO, CFO, and CLO. All you could do is have evidence that they broke into your bank. And maybe what they took. You might not even know that. But keep them out? You think so. Believe me, if they're persistent, if they absolutely want to do this, they will do it. So we've had companies' data being held ransom by groups that are actually state-sanctioned groups. And that reminds us how vulnerable all this data is that we give up freely to all these people in all these places who say, just trust us. Next slide, please. We should be worried. We have greater threats than in the past because now almost all our data and all of our life is digital. It's digitized. I own a car in the state of Florida. I do not have a piece of paper that says I actually have title to that vehicle. The state maintains an electronic record of the title to my car. What happens if the state loses it? If I lose it, I'm responsible for losing it. If the state somehow loses it or somebody breaks in and wipes their file and they don't have appropriate backup systems, I'm the loss. I'm the one who loses. Next slide. So technologies are all around us. But technology has been used by human beings ever since human beings have lived on planet Earth. They're subject to all technologies are subject to trade-offs. They involve risks. They involve things we can anticipate and things we cannot anticipate. So digitization, digital entrepreneurship is a double-edged sword. Yes, it can help you do amazing things. And it can help you build a business, potentially even a business that becomes a global business. But my caution to you is use it by really deeply informing yourself about what every single trade-off is, a known trade-off that you're making when you sign a contract, when you take a turn in the road and decide to use this particular technology, when you decide to engage in certain practices. We need to be much more informed about the downsides as well as the upsides of digital technology and digital entrepreneurship. Thank you.
Thank you. Give applause to Prof. Dennis Chick. Thank you for sharing to us digital entrepreneurship, a hedge against economic uncertainty. Okay, we continue to our next speakers. Professor Dr. Roselina Binti Ahmad Saufi. She's going to present to all of us here the future for digital entrepreneurship educations. Time's yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Well, the two speakers have said very clearly the importance of the emerging technologies, and indirectly they both actually agreed the future is about digitalizations and technology. I'm not talking about digital entrepreneurship, but the future is where we are going into the cyber world. Yeah. So my take is going to be simplified my presentations today, right? So if it's true that if we all agree that we are going into the cyber world, okay, what about us as educators? What are the changes that we should make into our our entrepreneurship programs? Next slide, please. So just some food for thoughts, okay. The first speaker and the second speakers have given very brief about the current scenario. You look at how Apple's, obviously, the Microsoft, right, Amazon have done with their businesses, okay. So that is the current scenario. That is the reality of it, yeah. And entrepreneurship and SDGs also is one of the things that we should look into it, okay. I'm not sure, and I tend to agree in the way that as an entrepreneur, we need helps actually. We need helps. And have we done enough actually with regards to addressing the SDG or the Sustainability Development Goals. We are so engrossed talking about, well, we need to adopt these technologies, the emerging technologies. This is the way forward. But look at our info and infrastructure currently. I'm not going far, but I'm just looking back in Malaysia. When I did my survey with regards to the infra and infrastructures, okay, most of the respondents say, I just tell, 1 to 10, where do you think you rate our infra and infrastructure? 5, Prof. 6. The most is 6. So, I'm not sure, if I were to ask you in Indonesia, 1 to 10, where do you rate your infra and infrastructure? How many of you would say 5? Yeah, a few. 6? 10? Nope. Maybe 1. Wow. Okay, right. So there are lots of things to be done, especially by the pemerintah or by the government actually. If you are going to push the digitalization's economy, the digitalization community, the fundamental issues has to be addressed first. Yeah? Okay, next slides. Right, so this is just to give you some scenario about the current SMEs here. So if you look at Indonesia, since I'm from Malaysia and I'm in Indonesia now, okay. So Indonesia has almost the largest number of SMEs there, but more than 64 millions of SMEs. So total of business slightly more. So almost like 99% all are SMEs driven. So the economic is SMEs driven. Same goes like Malaysia. But if we were to dissect down, majority of them, I'm not ashamed to say this, in Malaysian perspective, majority of us are actually micro level. Not even reach the small level. So majorities are micro levels, yeah. So it's like mushrooming at the moment, yeah. Everybody can create a business, but yesterday I was talking to the students. But if you're creating a warung of pisang goreng, do you know what is pisang goreng? Banana fritters, yeah. It doesn't need a rocket scientist to establish a pisang goreng or banana fritters warung. How do you say that, warung? Warung, yeah? Okay. Right. Even the makcik, the mbak, yeah, in the rural area can prepare better pisang goreng. So what about us in the university? Would you still prepare the normal pisang goreng like what the mbak is preparing? No, isn't it? It's shameful for us. So now, when the digitalizations and the technology emerging at the moment, how can we leverage on this one? Yeah. So I'm worried actually about the students of entrepreneur, not just around the globe, but also in Malaysia. When I look at my own students, UMK is the best entrepreneurship in Malaysia currently. But when I look at the startups, when I look at the businesses that they involve, so my take is that you don't need a rocket scientist to do such businesses. So we got to change our mindset. So we got to change the way we educate our entrepreneurs. Next slide, please. I think you know, though many of them are dropouts, right? But they make excellent transformations in the world of technology, right? One of Elon Musk. You know Elon Musk? He is actually a breakthrough of technology when he owns the Tesla, the first car which infused the modern technology, the AI in the car. Yeah, next slide, please. Okay. So there is a potential to grow the digital entrepreneurship in all over the world. Yeah, I'm not going to say because when we look at the current scenario, the netizens, the youngest generations, the millennials, okay, you guys would prefer something with no boundaries. So when we say, when we claim ourselves that we would like to work without any restrictions, no rules, no law, What does it mean? Of course, there must be some little rules or procedures that we have to guide us, okay, to regulate our movement. But the thought is that, right, how do we leverage on technology to transform the traditional work? Yeah, next. Right, so I'm not going to move it because the first speakers are there. So this is where we are now. And some countries, like in the US, in China, they already started moving towards the IR 5.0. And we are now struggling, still struggling. What are we doing with the IR 4.0? India, unfortunately, is talking about IR 5.0, but the infra and infrastructure doesn't facilitate the movement of the IR 5.0. They have brilliant people on technologies, and the CIT, the Chief Information Technology in in Microsoft. Do you know where they come from? Where he comes from? India. Huh? Okay, so we have to be real. So we are in the real world now. Yeah, so we can't go back anymore. Okay, next slide, please. Right. So you're talking about entrepreneurship and SDGs. Okay, we address quite a number of goals in the SDGs, and it can really help to build resilience economy, resilience infrastructure, promoting the inclusiveness and sustainability of industrializations. But how many % of our industries actually adopting the real, what we call the technology? How many processes have been automated? Yeah, okay, next. Right, so as an entrepreneur, we actually can facilitate the SDGs, okay? So it has to start from us as educators, yeah? So for example, I just give one more example, like solving the social problem, social innovation. We're talking about green innovation. So today we got an ISO on green manufacturing, right? But in Malaysia, in the case, my 5 years previous research about green HR and green manufacturing, right? Only 30% of the manufacturing out of 400 plus actually got a certifications on green ISO. What does it mean? It could be that we are not well informed or not well educated, or it could mean where we are not ready to be part of these growing environments with technologies adopting or facilitating our the way we work. Right, next. So how can entrepreneurship help the future? So I think you can read on this one. So basically it can change people's life. Yeah? It can expedite the way, it can create more jobs, it can drive social change, it can sustain, and ultimately what we hope is to sustain in one's life. Next. So what is digital entrepreneurship? Yeah. Okay, next. So just to share with you about this data, yeah? If you look at this data, this is I captured from the Indonesian survey, okay? Right. So 65%, okay, agreed that we have to invest on technology. But how many % is really optimistic about it? Only 57%, just above the 50%. So not even 100% is optimist. So this implies the readiness of the technology with regards to info and infrastructure in Indonesia. So this is captured for Indonesian data. Yeah, okay. And you look at the online sales now. Yes, 85% okay, feels that we should move. In fact, we are now. I'm also now trying to be like my children, okay, among my children, to purchase online. Everybody, well, thanks to COVID, thanks to Mr. COVID, that's really changed our life at the moment, right? So everything is online, even purchasing online, purchasing your food, and even the class is conducted online or hybrid nowadays, okay? Right, but when we talk about the readiness, majority of the respondents say, we are not there yet. Yeah, thanks, next. Right. Same goes to the online shoppers. So you look at the percentage of internet users in ASEAN, huge. 66% is actually, do you know what? The biggest population using smartphone is the ASEAN community, not the American, not the Indian, but the ASEAN people. And among the ASEANs, Indonesia, Malaysia, the highest population using smart handphones. Here, so they are extra smart. What they did use actually for using this smart handphone? And it was predicted that by 2025, the non-shopping internet user will be slightly declining. This is quite worrying, yeah? Okay, we should be moving. We should not have any more big supermarket, physical mall. I know during the COVID, how many stores were closed down during COVID? Including Walmart in the US was closed down. In Manila, the Green Mall was closed down. And some of the small entrepreneurs were totally shut down until today, actually. Including in Malaysia, in Thailand, and also in Indonesia. Yeah? But the predictions say, the US ASEAN say, well, yes, they will continue online shoppers, but the non-shopping internet users will be also declining. Okay, what's happened next? Next. Right, so is digital entrepreneurship the future? So when we heard the two speakers was mentioning, I quickly say that, well, this is the way forward. Next. The baby also is working, know how to use handphone and smart tablets and so forth, right? If you enter the aircraft, you see the little baby is using actually the smart tablet or whatever. Okay, you look at how they've changed. For example, IKEA, Tesco, right? Over the COVID, yeah, again, thanks to Mr. COVID, yeah, how they changed the way they do business. So we got the moral of the story now, so we have to impart digital technologies into our entrepreneurship curriculum. Next. So the advantage of the IR 4.0 entrepreneurship is about the emerging fields today, is that we require technologies in any aspect. Even if you are studying human resource management, we need technologies in the area of human resource management. If you are studying accountancy, we need accounting technologies to be into the accounting fields now. Yeah? Okay. So the robotics, AI, blockchain, nanotechnology, and so forth. Okay. So these are the emerging fields at the moment, and we cannot be run away from this. Yeah. So this is the future. Next. Next. So this is just a nutshell to share with you. So if anyone doesn't know what is digital entrepreneurship, it's just about teaching entrepreneurship or doing entrepreneurship using multiple platform of technologies. Yeah. Okay. Next. So that's including like maybe you have heard about e-commerce, blogs, and so forth. Okay. So the future business. Okay. We're talking about techno startups. Okay. I'm just looking. Just pick up one or two. Healthcare entrepreneurships. I was invited to give a talk on the healthcare entrepreneurship in Kazakhstan this year. Yeah? Amazing. The doctors, the medical doctors are now into the healthcare entrepreneurships. They've changed. So we got to change the way we think and the way we are behaving, because this is the reality. Yeah? The farmers, gig entrepreneurships, yeah, not to mention, you know what is gig? I can give you an example. We are all, maybe not Prof. Chuang, but two of us is actually gig lecturer. Whenever we are invited, we will go. So we have all the liberty to choose to deliver our services. Accountant, lawyers, okay, will soon to move from the normal or traditional work towards to becoming the gig entrepreneur professionals. Yeah? Okay. Next. So these are the 7 reasons why the business needs a digital strategy. I think you can read all this. Definitely, just to sum up this one, okay, it will change the way we behave. It will expedite the processes. It will expedite the way we teach. And of course, in the developments of products and services. Yes. Next. So these are some of the benefits which you can read it out. Next, right? So it has so many benefits, and it be able to transform not just in terms of R&D, but in terms of the employees, the streamline, the purchasing control, the inventory control, flexibility in financial management, dedicated customers, increased payment modes, and also the key business intelligence as what also had been highlighted earlier on. Yep. Thanks. So implementing, how do we go about implementing our entrepreneurship education, so the digital entrepreneurship educations? Next. Right, before that, so these are the 9 challenges. Yes, Prof. Dennis has mentioned there are lots of challenges. Yeah. So in the context of higher education institutions, the teaching and learning approach has to be changed, to be transformed from the traditional to hybrid. Now we are talking about ODL, MOOC, and so forth. Yeah? But the second one I would like to touch, the curriculum content. We should be infused, embed the technology element with regard in line with the subject matter. So if you are studying medical, so you should know about what are the what are the technologies that relevant, how to apply AI, for example, into the medical field. Yeah? I have a group of students in the veterinary faculties. So of course the students have to learn about entrepreneurship, but now we are teaching them about digital technopreneurships. Yeah? How do we embed and infuse those technologies into the curriculum? So this is not an easy task, because how many lecturers actually are capable or really augmented on technologies? These are the fundamental questions, yeah, which move on to the third challenges. Yeah. So lack of experience in the real business world, inability to understand what's going on. We are talking about the theme of this conference, about the, what was the conference theme just now? About the challenges facing economic uncertainty. We talk about VUCA worlds, yeah? Okay, so where we are our lecturers ready to face all these new environments and new teaching process, yeah? Business directions, another thing. Being an educator, you need to have that business acumen. Maintaining and establishing new networking, new linkages, yeah? Support system, this is another thing. So to what extent we are actually getting the right support system, not about money, but about the info and infrastructure. Yeah? And leadership and governance, digital leadership governance, that must be in place. About digital governance, your ICT plan now. Do we have one? Do we have a master plan on ICT? Do we have the right ICT governance? When we talk about, we are addressing about ethics, we are addressing about the security of cyber world. So this has to be in place, yeah. And the last one, the readiness of the students. So majorities of the audience here are students, okay. The readiness of you using these new emerging technologies. Next, all right. So to the educators, okay, my take is that one, you got to develop a real innovators. It has to start from us as an educators. The content has to be changed. It has to be both industry-driven as well as university-driven. Yeah, okay. And delivering of the program, it has to move from classroom-centered to industry-centered. So in Malaysia case, we have moving from 4 years program in the university to 2 years, and 2 years in the university, 2 years in the industry. Now we are moving to 3 years in the industry and 1 year in the universities. Yeah, just to keep up with the business, the dynamism in the industry. And then assessment has to be changed, okay? It has to be balanced between skills and cognitive. I think the mentoring, that's another one, the mentoring. If you don't have the readiness group of lecturers, okay, to assimilate the new technologies, so get people from the industry to come in. And has to be your startups today, it has to be driven startups. So how can we turn the banana fritter warung to become a techno-driven startups? Think about it. Can. Yeah? Right, next, I think I just have 1 or 2 more slides. Okay, this is just an overarching framework which I just want to share with you. Okay, there are four major aspects that if the university wanted to change towards employing more digitalizations, entrepreneurship education, you have to address these 4 aspects: the program, teaching and learning applications, the AI and big data infrastructures, as well as the AI and big data infrastructure. So these are the 4 components that is, to me, it is a must. I'm not a technologist, right? But this is what I've seen over the years. Next. So in conclusion, the future of entrepreneurship for young entrepreneurs is actually characterized by technological advancements. Whether we like it or not, we are living in the real world. Yeah? Okay? And the future for digital entrepreneurship education is high, but the question is that how ready we are. Do we have the right ecosystem from not just monetary aspects, but the readiness of the human capital? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Rosalina. Okay, now it's time for us to have a session of question and answer. Yeah, I know that there are some students who just joined our conference here in the auditorium, Dian Auditorium, Universitas Ciputra, and also welcome to those who just joined also in our Zoom. Okay, yes. So now we open for question and answer. I would like to have the first 3 questions. Okay, wow, the students already stand up, not only raising hands, but also stand up. I have one here in the middle, and yes, the other 2 girls at the back. Later, yeah, the second part, okay? Yes, thank you. Don't worry. Yes, there will be microphone. Please, LO, please help. Yes, for the, this is probably you can use. Yeah, thank you. So moderator and MC are now active in providing microphone. Yes, please introduce yourself first. Your name, from which batch, major, and then questions to whom. Okay? Yes. Yes. What's your name?
Good morning, Miss and Mrs. My name is Michael from class H from IPMRC.
Okay.
Sorry for my bad English.
No worries.
I have a question. Okay. Currently, there is a lot of jobs that will be replaced by AI and automation. So how people, especially people who have limited access for education and technology, can compete with AI and automation?
Okay, to whom you address your question?
Maybe to all, maybe.
Okay, to all. Okay, maybe we can answer directly, or we keep first? Yes, the second 2 beautiful girls at the back. Please stand up, introduce yourself, and then your questions. At the back, yes. Or maybe you can come to the front. Yeah, just. We have more.
Hello, my name is Leslie. I want to ask a question for Dr. Trianggoro. The first question is, can AI implementation be executed by all people? And the second question is AI appropriate to replace current human resource? Thank you.
Thank you, Leslie. Yeah, Leslie. Okay. The third part still on that row. Yes, please stand up. Stand up, introduce yourself.
Okay, good morning. My name is Ongki Putri and I am from International Business Management. So earlier, Professor Dennis Chik said that older people can survive their business better than us in younger age. And yes, I can relate to that. So what do you think is the main reason of why older people with more adventures can make more sustainability business, and they can survive better than us as a Gen Z, which people say we can live in an easier life as we can access and create more things than what our others can. And what do you think can we do for it then? Thank you.
Thank you, Michael, Leslie, and Ongki Putri. Okay, so this is the first part of our question and answer. Yes, probably Patri or Prof. Dennis and also Prof. Roselina would like to answer from Michael, Leslie, or Ongki Putri.
I'm the first guy. Right. Thank you for the question. So let me summarize the question. I think the question towards AI, there were two questions. The first one is AI implementation is available for everyone? And the second one is AI going to replace human? I think that's a good question. Both are good questions. The first one is about AI implementation by everyone. Let me separate my answer to as a common user of AI. Yes, you can. Actually, most of you already use AI. So when you are using Canva for your presentation, you are actually using AI. And I believe most of UC students, you are savvy users of ChatGPT, so you can use AI. And but if you are creating AI, that's another different level. If you are creating AI, then you need to learn a lot of things, including the algorithm to use AI or to create AI application. So that maybe is more suitable for someone who is learning in a technology background, especially the computer scientists are more suitable. But if you're using, I think everyone can use AI and it's available everywhere. A month ago, there was a project and a student needs to create a logo. So this student is using Bing image generator and putting several keywords, several frames, and voila, the beautiful logo is done in less than 5 minutes. So everyone can use AI, especially if you want to start your company in a most efficient, cost-efficient way. Then you have to try to use a lot of AI available. Some of them are actually free, but if you want a more advanced feature, then you may need to spend more money. But the free version is already a good one. So again, AI implementation for everyone? Yes. But creating AI, it probably needs you to learn a little bit about the computer science, and because you need to understand how AI works. And the second question is about the possibility of AI replacing human. Well, I think last year we have a debate, and there was a lot of movies picturing about AI replacing human works. But I think human are never going to be replaced by AI, because human has what we call as senses. Human has things that are not being able to be replicated by AI. And one of the technical aspects that AI still cannot do is about the sensory of smell. So last month, one of the partners from partners of UC, we are getting a grant from government for research partnership, and they requested, is there any sensor that can mimic the ability of human in smell? Because they need to detect if their warehouse is safe or not by its smell. Is there any gas leakage, or is there any dangerous substance that can be only detected by smell? And we still don't have that sensor. So that's one of the aspects that witness that AI still cannot replace human. But in the future, well, I don't know, but I can make sure that AI will never replace human. And also, our standpoint is AI is our assistant. Do not let AI become the king of our life. So you need to understand everything first, and then you ask your assistants. If the answer from your assistant doesn't make any sense, then you need to say, your answer is wrong. I am the king of the question. All right, thank you. Hopefully it answers the question.
Yeah.
I'll pass to
Those
Professor.
are questions from Leslie. Yeah, maybe any additional?
Just an additional thing to recognize, we all need to recognize artificial intelligence was coined by enthusiastic technologists. It is neither artificial nor intelligent. It is fed an enormous amount of information, and it makes all its decisions through probabilistic means. It looks at the likelihoods of various kinds of things happening, and from this it generates content. There are certain applications of things that it can do right now that are going to be truly awesome, are going to be incredibly helpful, and are going to, for example, locate cancers that a team of doctors would miss. Because the subject matter is well known, there's massive amounts of data, much more than a single person could possibly process. And these kinds of applications, we're going to see focused AI applications that in some cases are absolutely going to replace human beings, because they can do certain kinds of predefined tasks much, much better and much, much faster and far more accurate than a human being can do. Having said that, it is artificial intelligence. It is neither artificial nor intelligent, which means there will be certain things humans will do. What these various kind of AI applications will not be good at doing is going to a frontier, because they work around probabilities that are already understood. So there will always be humans at the frontiers of knowledge in various disciplines. They may use even some kind of intelligent agents to help them in what they do. But it's ultimately going to be a human being at the end of that who's going to make sense and, come up with some profound insight. So the idea that they will just totally take everything over, that's sci-fi. That's not actually going to happen. Having said that, if you're in certain kind of jobs, I have two nephews that work in the automobile assembly plant for BMW in Greenville, South Carolina, which is one of the largest BMW assembly plants in the world. It's mostly robots, which are mostly controlled by artificial intelligence. But there's a workforce there that has to be very savvy, and those people actually will keep their jobs for a long, long time in the future, it looks like. But a lot of people who traditionally worked on automobile assembly lines doing individualized tasks, all those people are now gone. This is all done by robots, and the robots are watched over primarily by artificial intelligent agents.
Thank you for additional information, answers from Prof. Dennis. Prof. Rosalina, probably, yes, the first question from Michael, okay, the most enthusiastic student. Okay, he asked, currently there is a lot of jobs will be replaced by AI and automation. So how people, especially people who have limited access for education, that will be replaced, can they be competed with AI and automation?
Right. Thank you very much for that question. So I think that question was a brilliant one. Okay. So traditionally and even today, parents, mother and father, always think that, hey, after your secondary, you have to move to the university. I disagree to that. I'm so sorry. Yeah. I was asked in the Astro recently, and loudly I say, you can learn, you can learn anything with regards to technology, knowledge, technology skills by not necessarily going into the university. But the point is that, are you willing to learn? You can even enter any skills program or any knowledge training and development program center or colleges which you would like to acquire the new skills, the new knowledge. Yeah. So the questions that when you ask about how can we compete with people who really going through the process of learning AI compared to the persons who are not going into the formal process of learning AI. I don't think there's a such thing of informal and formal AI, but the fact is that if any programs of AI, right, you will be teaching the same. And some of the skills colleges, like in Malaysia, for example, in the polytechnics, okay, we found that, I'm not trying to deprive the university students, yeah, these people are much more skillful than the university students because they were trained differently. Yeah. So in Singapore too, yes, yeah. So don't feel disheartened if any of your children, okay, did not get the privilege to go into the universities, because I think today's there are thousands of institutions that provide such skills. Yeah, okay. I just would like to add on the AI, whether the technology will replace human. Okay, the answer is no, but the technology is actually facilitating. I echo with Professor Wang just now that we should not be the slave of the technology, but we should be the king of the technology, actually. But how do we do that? In a different way. Yes, the robots is actually replacing in the automobile industry, but what happened? Where do the previous technicians or operators gone to? They went to a different skill sets. So this is where the connotations of upskilling and reskilling is needed. Yeah. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Maybe Annie or okay. From Ongki Putri, probably Prof. Dennis would like to add more answers about main reason older people, according to her, that what you have stated, more sustained in doing business rather than their generation.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's precisely what I was trying to communicate, so I probably wasn't as clear as I could be. There are certainly certain businesses that have been passed down through the generations that are routinely 500 or years older. They've been around for 500 years or more. They've changed their business models, they've changed the business that they're in, they have some connection to a family. These are the exceptions rather than what's normal. Most businesses last 20 to 30 years. The owner retires, the business is sold to somebody else, or the business just ends. When you think about young people versus older people launching businesses, the older person has an advantage sometimes in that they have professional experiences, being in a business, running a business. If, on the other hand, you grew up in a family business and you were centrally involved in some way in that family business, you're actually probably equal in know-how to what that more older person actually knows. If you haven't had any prior experience in a business, in some ways you're advantaged in the sense you don't know what you don't know, and you just march forward and charge, right? And you take the castle by storm, you know, and you succeed. Some people do succeed. This is where education actually can play a role, because education is about trying not to gain all your knowledge of life by experience, by direct experience. Education enables you to learn from other people's experiences down through the centuries and may fit you better and more quickly for a future that awaits you. On the other hand, as we've been pointing out, it's possible to acquire this knowledge in various kinds of ways. Universities are one means by which we can do that. There are other means. It's been possible now for more than 20 years for you to go all the way from kindergarten, a 5-year-old, all the way through to a PhD, and never, ever place yourself inside of a university. This has been true for many, many years. It predates the whole latest wave of digitization. There have been people who've earned doctorates from the University of London via correspondence for 125 years. All that's changed is the enabling environment. We have more tools, we have more supports, we have more means, but as has already been pointed out, this isn't for everyone. There are many people who will not persist because that's about me individually motivating myself every single day to do something. Sometimes it's much easier to learn with others and to be with a group of people where you mutually support each other in your venture. So the same is true about your startup. It's important you don't just pick your friends to work with you in the startup. You pick people who have skills that you don't have, who know people and have a social network you don't possess. Sometimes you can do that while you're very, very young. Other times you should maybe consider taking a job for a period of time and then launching your startup. When you have a little more stable income, when you've accumulated some knowledge, where you've gotten to meet a bunch of people that you can use as a social network, that you can get things from them as now you launch your startup. There's no magic formula to this. There's no perfect time. And as we've already said, it's an irrational act anyway. So when you're ready to go crazy, just do it. Just go for it. Just do it. What's the worst that'll happen? It won't succeed. Learn from it and just keep going. It's not the end of the world. It's not the end of life. And the next time around, you know, many of these famous people we show you on slides, they had multiple failures before they had a success.
Thank you. Thank you for the answers, Prof. Dennis. Okay, now I open the second part of our question and answer. 3 more students. One from, you, the batik. Okay, the girls, number 2. Probably from the left. Okay, from Mr. Mr. Adi. Okay, I would like to give, yes, please introduce yourself, and then please give the question slowly but sure.
My name is Adam Johan. I have 2 questions. For the first question for first speaker.
Okay. Yes, John.
Okay. How to form an ecosystem for the development of digital entrepreneurship to face economic uncertainty, where technological development are acceleration but the ability to absorb technological development does not match the rapid development of technology. Okay, for the second question for Mr. Dennis. What do you think about the development of digital entrepreneurship that occurs in Southeast Asia? I once read an article sourced from Katadata. In the article, I got information that the development of digital entrepreneurship in Southeast Asia, there are the selected countries, namely Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia. Singapore with population of approximately 5 million, with digital entrepreneurship 8% of the population. And Malaysia with a population of approximately 32 million, with digital entrepreneurship 5% of the population. While Indonesia with a population of approximately 2,075 million, with entrepreneurship below 5% of the population. The question, how to push for entrepreneurial development so that Indonesia can develop digital entrepreneurship above 10% for the next 10 years. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, John, could you please repeat the first question to
first question, okay.
Dr. Tri?
How to form an ecosystem for the development of digital entrepreneurship to face economic uncertainty, where technological development are accelerating, but the ability to absorb technological development does not match the rapid development of technology.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Thank you, John. I got the point. Okay, the second from, yes, would you please go down, so make it fast, and later Pa Adi. Yeah. So MC plus LO. Thank you, Pak Charlie.
Okay, first of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Kanyaka Ratna from IBM RC Class H. Okay, for the question I'm going to ask to Professor Rosalina, and the question is, do you think that this digitalization of businesses and it will also affect the businesses without digitalization, such as like local shops or traditional markets, and in the end, it will lose to the digital businesses? Thank you.
Thank you, Ratna. Yes, Pak Adi.
Okay, good morning. My name is Adi from IBM International Class, and I am directing my question to Prof. Dennis. So, as we know, the current condition in Indonesia is the digital literacy, financial literacy, and also the desire to know about technology is still low. Do you think that it is the dominant challenges for Indonesia or not? And what solutions should the government or institution implement to encourage the population to enhance digital entrepreneurship in Indonesia? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Pak Adi. Okay. From John, perhaps Pak Tri. Yeah. The microphone. Sorry, Pak.
Right. Thank you, John, for the question. Allow me to summarize the question again. So, in developing the digital entrepreneurship, digital ecosystem of the digital entrepreneurship, when the technology adoption is not ready. So I think that was your question. Let me. I'll recall my experiences around 13 years ago. So by that time, 2009, the time when I met Professor Dennis. So the late Mr. Ciputra was delegating 4 lecturers from Ciputra University going to the United States to learn about the entrepreneurship in the United States. So by that time, in 2009, most of the entrepreneurship in Indonesia is still not digital. That's what we call as the small medium enterprise. So we sell physical stuff, and mostly are trading or manufacturing company. And by that time, we are sent to the United States. We have a chance to visit Silicon Valley, and also the eastern part of United States, where we visit MIT, Harvard, and also I clearly remember there is a place in New Hampshire. It's a place, maybe Professor Dennis knows the place, Dean Kamen. And everything in United States, when we talk about entrepreneurship, is always involving technology. So I was there 6 months, and I did my study, and I learned and I observed that in United States, entrepreneurship equals with the use of technology innovation to create a new value, and it becomes a firm. And then by the end of the program, our director from the Kaufman Foundation, her name is Wendy, and Wendy told us that for the takeaway before you go home to your country, think about what your country needs the most right now. So in 2009, and when I try to reflect, Indonesia, by that time, we still don't have things like Tokopedia, we don't have Blibli.com or Shopee coming into Indonesia. We are still in the stage where we are doing a trading and manufacturing company. So our entrepreneurship should be based on that. So when we create a curriculum, and the curriculum was implemented in Ciputra University. So we use technology as a supporting or facilitating force to make physical or conventional business to produce faster, to provide better services. So that's the entrepreneurship back in 2009. So when we review from your question about now 2023, how about how can we accelerate the ecosystem? In my understanding, the ecosystem of digital technology consists of government policy, and then the willingness of the established business, big firm, to help with the smaller business, and also the role of academician. So when we talk about the ecosystem, everything has to move forward together. And in 2023, again, I borrowed the terminology from Professor Rosalina. Thanks to COVID. Thanks to COVID. Well, we don't feel grateful to COVID because it's terrible. But as the side effect of COVID, everyone now uses technology. So everyone must move forward together. So that's the way we can accelerate the digital entrepreneurship. So government must have policy. Academician, they must set an example. The use of technology in everyday interaction with students, so that when students are graduating from this university, they know how to use technology and are fluent in using technology, so that when they start their business, they are using the latest technology, including artificial intelligence. So I think by doing that, we are accelerating the readiness of the ecosystem. And talking about the ecosystem, even Jakarta and Surabaya has a huge gap. That's, I must say. Right, that, hopefully that helps. Thank you.
Yeah. We would like to hold for a while to answer all the questions. At the moment, our Vice Governor of East Java already joined our Zoom.
Okay, so I mean the discussion is not finished yet. So your job is not finished yet here. So I will interrupt the keynote speaker session because, ladies and gentlemen, our Vice Governor of East Java, our Vice Governor of East Java, Indonesia, Dr. Emil Edardak, already joined the Zoom. So we will see Dr. Emil through Zooms. Okay? Yeah. Okay. Please stay here, ladies and gentlemen. So, is it possible to see the connection with Dr. Emil Edardak, the Vice Governor of East Java, Indonesia, through Zoom? So we can interact with Dr. Emil as well via Zoom. So the same thing also happens. So when I think Dr. Emil sharing his informations, the students also get a chance to ask questions. So during the presentation of sharing information from Dr. Emil Edardak, you are able to prepare your questions. Later on, the chance for you to ask the question to Dr. Emil Edardak is also possible to all the participants who are joining these events through Zoom or who attend this Dian Auditorium offline.
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, Dr. Emil Edardak. Can you hear my voice?
Yes. Greetings, everyone at the main hall auditorium of Ciputra.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Emil, for your time attending this 10 ICOEN conference on entrepreneurship. So I will provide our warmest gratitudes for you who have come to this event and sharing information that the participant who joined via Zoom is 170 or 80 participants who joined via Zoom, and who attend this event offline is 330 participants. So we will please to provide you some time for you to share your information on this conference. Dr. Emil, please, your time is now.
Thank you very much, and greetings to all the participants of the International Conference for Entrepreneurship. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And I would like to use this opportunity to share a bit about the experience of the provincial government of East Java in promoting entrepreneurship, and hopefully this will be useful. Can we go to the next slide? Pardon if this is still in Bahasa, but I'll explain it in English. So this is the shape of the Java island. And East Java is at your left-hand side, easternmost part of the island. And it is the second largest contributor to the Indonesian economy and also to the economy in the Java island. So about 1/6 or about 15% of the Indonesian economy comes from this province. Next. So we are the engine of Indonesia's growth. If we can go back to the previous slide, yes. We are the engine of Indonesia's growth, and we managed to achieve 5.24% quarterly growth in April until June 2023. And the economy of East Java is dominated by manufacturing as well as trade, and contributing nearly half of the economy. And agriculture is about 11 to 12%. So it is already an industrialized province. Now, the relevance to the topic today is we need to encourage more entrepreneurs to come up with manufacturing businesses and trading businesses. And that is why today I would like to talk about the youth as the hope of our wave of entrepreneurs in the future. Next. So when we talk about youth, we need to basically look at their education, look at their health and well-being, look at the work opportunities, look at their leadership and participation, as well as the justice in terms of free from discrimination and gender inequality. And we would like to combine it with our credo, which is initiative, collaboration, and innovation. So it is important that youth actually take action and not just engage in only talks. So this is called initiative. Collaboration, it is the understanding and the belief that we cannot achieve anything alone. We need to be together. As the saying goes, if you want to run fast, you run alone. If you want to run far, run together. And innovation is to come up with new ideas and not be confined and trapped into the old paradigm. And that is what we need from the young generation. So next, the national government has actually set an indicator based on the 5 variables I just mentioned, which is education, health, work, leadership, as well as discrimination eradication. And there is a score that is trying to be achieved. Next slide, please. Now, what are the strategy? The 3 strategies. First is to strengthen the institution and stakeholder collaboration. The second is to increase participation by the youth. And the third is to avoid detrimental behaviors that are happening within the youth community. So that's basically the 3 strategies. So strengthen the institutional support, open the room for participation, and get them away from doing wrong things. That's basically the simple ways of saying it. So next, we know that the world has changed dramatically. Next slide, please. The world has changed dramatically, and we are trying to, we are facing a world where we have sharing economy. For example, hotels are competing with bed and breakfast, taxi providers are competing with ride-hailing, and basically also offline businesses are competing with online businesses. And banking, conventional banking, are competing with financial technologies. And we are seeing more smart appliances and smart manufacturing, meaning that those who fail to embrace the digital lifestyle, they will likely be losing out in the competition nowadays as well as in the future, because these modalities allow businesses to be more agile, more efficient, and provide even better services and better experience to the customers. So next, we know that technology is an important. UMKM is the short terms of small, medium enterprise and cooperatives. So the use of internet in 2016 is still very low, and it increased to nearly half of the small, medium enterprise embracing internet. So it's a big jump in 2021. I believe the number has increased even further now in 2023. What do these businesses use this technology for, internet? Number one is for marketing, 2 is for team management, 3 is for business management, and 4 is for production methods. So these are the 4 aspects. For example, for marketing, we know there's e-commerce or marketplace, there's digital marketing. For team management, sometimes they use things as simple as WhatsApp, and as complex as maybe even using productivity tools such as Slack and Trello or Microsoft Teams and others, and Google and other platforms, and shifting the communication platform into a digitized model. For business management, sometimes they start using CCTV that can be monitored from their cell phone when they're not in place. They can even use cashier management as it's digitized. And for production methods, some businesses already use IoT. Fisheries have begun using IoT to provide a more accurate and timeliness in terms of the provision of feed to the fish, for example. So next, this is a profile of the small medium enterprise in East Java, and as we can see that the generation millennial is and the Gen Z combined has more than 20% now, and this number will continue to increase in future. And in terms of the marketing area, about 55% focuses on local. About 41% already sell their product beyond their town, beyond their hometown, and only 3% are already marketing it in different provinces. So this number needs to be increased further because only 3% has begun marketing their products beyond East Java. This is what we're going to go, and only 1% has gone on to export it globally. So this is why we want to increase the number. About 38% is a single person company. 36% is have 2 to 4% people employed. So about 70%, more than 70% of businesses in East Java, small medium enterprise, has less than 4 employees. 4 people is a very small business, and we can see that nowadays with small number of people, you need to embrace digital technology further to make yourself a lot more efficient. Only 7% has more than 20 people. So more than 90% has less than 20 people, and more than 70% has less than 4 people. So that shows the small size of the businesses and the need to be much more productive. Next, we talk about cooperatives, about the changing consumption in people. I'll skip this slide. Let's go to the next slide. Okay. So what do we do? Next slide, please. So again, in order to empower small medium enterprise entrepreneurs in East Java, we focus on first supporting the organization, the institution aspects. Second is how they produce things better, introducing them to machineries that can make their production more efficient, and also allowing them to access the certification they need, like from the certificate from Food and Drugs Authority, the halal certification so that they can sell to the Muslim community, and also providing them with some branding support. Financing, we know that there are revolving fund that we provide to the development banks, the local development banks, so that they can finance businesses with very soft interest loan. And in terms of marketing, we in addition to supporting their capability to onboard themselves, onboarding them to digital platforms, we also organize many exhibitions and trade missions and allow this small medium enterprise to join. And in terms of human resources, we have, for example, cooperation with Shopee. We have a small medium enterprise campus with Shopee in Malang, and we're also doing a lot of capacity building tools that can be easily accessible at no cost. Okay, next slide. In terms of creative economy, we also have what we call as the portal. Portal is basically a website that when you visit the website, you can see all the users, the products that are available in the creative economy space. So by being here, because East Java is a big economy with 40 million people. Definitely there is an economies of scale. So this number should be able to be increased further. Next, now I would like to talk about our flagship program called Millennial Job Center. Now, Millennial Job Center is, we have already done in 2022, more than 7,500 projects. So what is this about? What is Millennial Job Center? We can see now that businesses are getting smaller and more efficient, but they need to do more things. Now, instead of hiring people as an employee, they can outsource the function to a freelancer. And nowadays, the young generation who are good at taking photographies, they take photos, they make designs, they make content, and to help businesses to actually sell their products better in the digital market. Now, they work as freelance because they don't have to be working full-time under one company. Now, their expertise can be accessed by many small enterprises. Now, what we want to do is we want to create and produce more of such talents. There are many young talents that are able to do the job, but their professionalism needs to be enhanced. And what do? We matchmake talents with businesses that need their expertise, that need their talent, but because the talent doesn't have enough experience first, or sometimes they're really new, we also support them with a mentor. So a mentor is somebody who has the experience, who has worked for a digital agency, who has been a professional photographer. So they basically help these new talents in doing their project. It's called on-the-job learning. It helps the client, the businesses, because they have supervised work. The talent can also do on-the-job learning. So this is the innovation we have in Millennial Job Center. And more than 7,500 projects have been approved, have been executed, and more has been happening in 2023. We target within the tenure of my government with Ibu Kofifa as the governor about 10,000 Millennial Job Center projects. Next, so these are some of the digital platform. I'll skip this. We also have next is a co-working place called East Java Super Corridor. If you can go to the next slide. So East Java Super Corridor is a co-working space where businesses, small businesses, freelancers, they can work there. Sometimes they call freelance gig workers. They can have events in these places. So we have 5 co-working places in Malang, Jember, in Madiun, in Pamekasan, as well as in Bojonegoro. So in these 5 sub-regions of East Java, we organize activities, even business competitions, digital competitions, events, and businesses can actually run their operation from these co-working space. So this is one way we can catalyze the young generation to be entrepreneurial. Next. Okay, this is a business incubator for creative industries from our Office of Industry. Next. Also, the Office of Small Medium Enterprise has another co-working space called the KUKM space in their office. And next, this is the Shopee Small Medium Enterprise campus in Malang, which provides training on how to onboard, how to be successful in digital marketplace. Now, on a final note, I would like to say that digital platform helps us in selling our product, helps us in improving our productivity. But it is important that we, the entrepreneurs possess the main important characters, which is the ability to look into opportunities, the courage to take risks, and the strength to rise from failure. And those are the 3 prerequisites of becoming a true entrepreneur. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much for Dr. Emil and Dadak. Now is the time for question and answer. Is it possible, sir, that we provide the chance for all the participants here to ask the question? Okay, so anyone who will ask the question, please raise your hands. The committee, okay, would you like to give a microphone to the participants. Okay, okay. Excuse me, would you like to face the camera back then so your face is visible on the Zoom? Yes, you may start by introducing yourself first.
Good afternoon, Pak Emil. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm Carla, and I would like to ask, how are you going to further support local startup, especially in East Java? Because we all know global digital startup has overcome the market, and both through offline and online, and still dominates the market nowadays. Thank you.
Yeah, for Dr. Emil Dadak, is the question is hearable for you to answer?
Yes, sure.
Okay.
Shall I answer it directly?
Yes, yes, sir. Please do so.
Okay, thank you. Can you give me your name again?
Your name?
Carla.
Carla.
Okay, so your question is on how we can actually, what do I think about the digital businesses and how we can support it? And this is really relevant because we know that recently the government has closed down TikTok Shop, and there were controversies surrounding it. Small enterprises, small shops in the shopping centers are complaining, crying, saying that they cannot compete with the celebrities because the celebrities, when they live stream, there are many viewers, many, and it's competing with the small shop. But I had a chance to meet a group of young entrepreneurs who also sold their products on TikTok Shop, and they're not big influencers. They're not mega influencers with hundreds and thousands of followers, but they also felt the benefit, and the closing of TikTok Shop really affected them. Now, I gave them an explanation saying that, first of all, in terms of regulation, you cannot, we don't yet have a license that allows social media to be combined with e-commerce. You know, that's not possible. So that's why, but beyond that, because you can always fix regulation. But the reason is, you know, when you look into monopoly, if you integrate upstream and downstream businesses, for example, that's why a mini market is not allowed to sell a product that they produce by themselves, right? So let's say A Mart, you know, cannot sell A Mart products only, you know, they have to be fair. Now, this is the thing called competition. So what you know, when a big influencer with many followers convert that into a shop, into an internet shop, then it will be able, you know, it will actually kill the small shops. That was the understanding. Now the TikTok Shop has been closed. The question is whether we are seeing shopping malls, shopping centers, and the small shops getting visited again. That's still being observed. Some people say no, people are still not shopping there. Some people are saying, yeah, they're getting increasing shoppers. Because the issue is not just about online versus offline. Nowadays, if you open Instagram and Reels, you open the Reels, or you have YouTube Shorts, or even TikTok, what do you see most? Do you see more people offering tourism or offering goods? I think you all will say tourism, right? Places for healing, spots that are beautiful to visit, right? And then culinary, restaurant, food. You rarely see people offering goods in these reels. Why? Because that's the thing. Because nowadays people spend more of their income not on buying things, but actually on traveling and eating. So that's why we need to see in the big picture. Now, going back to your question then, is digital business, is digital platform, so we're talking about selling things online, for example, still promising? Yes, but there are also issues that I discover when I talk to the young people. They say a certain platform, I won't mention the name, requires them to sell at a discount. They even subsidize the discount. The problem is the success is short-lived because it educates the customer to keep buying discounted product. Now what I'm saying is, if your discount goes away and people stop buying from you, your product is not unique enough. Your product is replaceable. A new shop will come in, sell it at a discount, and then people will just move to that new shop. So we need to make sure that your product even though the discount goes away. And the problem is the discount is subsidized by the platform, by the marketplace. So this is something that we need to think about, because in the marketplace, many products are really similar. So you need to create an experience to engage and make them as a returning customer. If the discount goes away, what would make them feel excited to buy your product? So returning customers is important. And how to attract new customers, that's why we have Millennial Job Centers. Millennial Job Center, because when you sell things online, you cannot just, for example, okay, this is a product, you just take picture of the product. No, you need to create an effect. This package of cocoa water, you can create an effect of splashing in the design. You can do a design. The photo shows that it quenches your thirst here, and it really, it gives an effect. It shows the coconut, and so that is going to what we call as product photography. Because when you sell things online, you cannot touch this product. You cannot taste it. You cannot smell it. So you need to create a visual appeal. So the photo has to be really engaging. They need to create content that attracts people to come in. So these are some of the examples of how to succeed in the digital business. Of course, there are some hacks that you can do to improve your ranking in the search, the collaboration that you can do, and so on, so that you would be more visible in the marketplace. I hope that answers some of your questions.
Yes, Dr. Emil, and also the tips to sell your product online. Okay, is it possible to have one other questions, Dr. Emil?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for the question.
Yes. Yep. The microphone, please.
All right. So good afternoon, Pak Emil. Thank you for the chance you've given for me today to ask you this question that I've set for you. So nowadays, digital startup has expanded drastically in East Java. How does the government fulfill their roles to manage the system of digital entrepreneurship in East Java due to lots of occurring cases, such like the secureness of their online businesses or online startups, such ideas, and this gives negative impacts to online businesses, such as making newly startup digital businesses to doubt to make the first step. So how does the government of East Java encourage the millennials or startups to be more brave to be able to start their businesses like that? So,
Would you like to introduce yourself, your name?
Okay, my name is Aldo, sir.
Aldo. Aldo.
Otto.
Okay, Otto.
Okay, thank you, Otto. All right, let me answer it straight away. It's interesting. What you're saying is that digital businesses have the risk. It can be fraud by the customer, people buying and not paying for it. Some of these issues can be handled by the platform. The marketplace helps ensure that the transaction is secure. And sometimes, it works the other way around. Sometimes the buyer don't trust you because if they send the money to you, but you may not end up sending them the product. But of course, a seller will be more trustworthy because there will be testimony about the transaction they have done, and the more transactions that have been done, the greater the trust to the merchant. On the other hand, you can opt to sell COD. The delivery person will not give the item unless the payment is received, right? So you may lose the cost of delivery, but you don't lose the item. So that's one of the way. Now, all these things are actually part of the curriculum when you go to the Shopee campus in Malang, for example. That's one way we encourage them. We let them know what it is. Now, if you talk about business risk, of course, it's different. If you talk about business risk, it doesn't matter whether you do digital or not digital, you have risk. You have to buy inventories in order to sell. Now, these are tips and tricks that differ from one business to another. And that's why we work with campuses like Ciputra. where they actually encourage their college students to actually learn how to manage businesses. So that's why we believe that it needs to be an ecosystem. We help in terms of onboarding, but the true nature of being an entrepreneur, we work with universities that has entrepreneurship program to do it. And also we offer some entrepreneurship modules in our SMI and SMK, or general and vocational high schools. So they can already learn how to manage business, how to manage risk, how do you plan your business, how do you look at the feasibility of your plan. Hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you, sir. That answers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Emil. So, is it possible if I provide one last question, Dr. Emil?
Sure.
Sure. Okay. Now the question, I think, from people from Zoom. So if you raise your hands, yeah, you can start online and share your question to Dr. Emil. Yeah. Rayhan, probably on the top of the screen. Yeah, please turn on your mic and introduce yourself. Okay. Yeah, okay.
Okay, probably my question is, maybe in the future, right? As we know that the technology is evolving rapidly, each day, each month, each week, each year, right? So, if I want to ask some of your perspective, maybe, because what I believe that in the future, like the artificial intelligence and maybe of the technology, it will be change the human behavior, and of course it will change the human workload and etc. Right. So in the future, I think there is some time where technology can replace the human in the work environment and in the office, etc. Now, I want to ask to the Mr. Vice Governor that do you have some techniques between to balance like the technology and the workforce of the human, because we know that technology so beneficial to the businesses, like it will reduce the cost, it will reduce the turnover time, etc. Right. So, do you have any strategy that maybe there will be in the future rules like a company must have 50-50 balance, like 50% of the technology and 50% of the workforce, so that there is no pengangguran, and there is no like the poverty, etc.
Okay,
maybe there is no question.
Okay, thank you so much for the question, Rayhan. Dr. Emil, would you like to answer the question?
Sure. It's interesting. You talk about, let's go directly. We know artificial intelligence is threatening jobs, but at the same time is helping us, the society, to get things better and cheaper. So the question is, they're doing it, they're making things better and cheaper by taking on the jobs of human beings. Now, in the past, in the first industrial revolution, the steam engine was stronger and more durable than human power. And a lot of people are afraid that they will lose their job. And the society adapted. They shifted their energy into doing something else that the machine couldn't do. And we ended up having more and more things that could be done. Now, looking at artificial intelligence, the question is, can we, as human beings, find something more that we can do that AIs cannot do, that we can do better? Now, a lot of work, a lot of studies are being directed towards identifying those things. Like, of course, it will never feel the same to hear an AI singing and a real person singing, right? There are things that cannot be replaced. Arts are not replaceable entirely just by machine. But of course, they can come really close. I mean, we're seeing AI doing drawings, generating many artistic things, but to a certain extent, the human touch cannot be entirely replaced. But AI will get better and better in future. But something cannot be detached from the identity of a living human being. Now, you went further to say, should we regulate it? Should we govern it? This is a global issue. This is a global issue. Now, the thing is this. Why do people have to work? Because they need to eat. They need to they need to provide things that we need. So in the past, because if one person doesn't go out to the forest and start hunting for food or gathering for fruits, they won't eat. That's why everybody worked. And then what happened is they found weapons, they found tools. And it takes only 5 people to find food enough for 10 people. So the other 5, they don't have to work. Now, but they can start doing something else. And they start making things that weren't there before. They start making clothes, they start making houses, and so on. So in that case, actually, people work because there are needs that need to be fulfilled. Now, the extreme question is, what happened when all the needs can be fulfilled by robots, by AI? Should people work? Now, that's a very fundamental philosophical question that a lot of people around the world are asking, are discussing it. Some people say that businesses still have to pay taxes. So when you use, the taxes, the profit, most of the profit benefits to the user, right? Benefits to the company. So they make higher profits. Now, you can do that, when you actually implement higher taxes on robots, because it replaces the social benefit of having people employed. Because when you pay robots don't buy things from the local shop. They don't buy from the local restaurant. They don't create what we call as a circular, as a multiplier effect. So that's why we probably can tax it higher. So this is one way that we can claw back and redistribute that to the benefit of the people. That's one example. That's why I think back in 2019, there was this presidential convention candidate in the United States. His family name is Yang, is an Asian American, who proposed universal basic income, saying that everybody should receive income, irrespective of whether they work or not. Because and then people will use that for their welfare and to really kickstart and doing something meaningful. So it's a big question that you asked. I cannot answer that question and at the scale of, this is something that the whole world is still thinking about. And we haven't really seen AI going to the extent that it really begins to threaten jobs. But it has shown some signs towards that. But it hasn't reached that tipping point where, okay, stop for a minute and let's do something. So it's a great question you're asking. It's not impossible that in future there will be regulations governing the use of AI and how it replaces human being.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Emil Dadak, and I hope the answer satisfy your questions, Raihan. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, once again, we would like to provide our warmest gratitude to Dr. Emil Dadak, the Vice Governor of East Java. Your time is very valuable, we know, so thank you so much for sharing your experience and your time. So can we have group photos, So we can have a group photo, so all the committee, maybe you can prepare making a group photo. All the guests maybe want to stand up, so you are visible enough to take a group photos, with the background of Dr. Emil Dadak, the Vice Governor of East Java. To the committee, would you like to take a photo of us? wait, Dr. Emil, we will prepare the camera for taking the photos. Okay. Okay, everyone see the camera, and we'll take a photo with the background of Dr. Emil Erdada. Salam A. Dr. Emil, is it possible for you to make our signature from Ciputra University? Okay, thank you so much, just to remember. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, once again, please give a warm applause for Dr. Emil Erdada, the Vice Governor of East Java, Indonesia. Thank you so much, Dr. Emil. Okay, I will go back to the postponed conversations. So, Memnat, please take over, and then I think there are some questions left need to be answered.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Okay. So we are going to okay. Yes, please. Yes, Prof. Roselina from Mana, yeah. Yes.
Yeah, I think the questions that would the local or micro entrepreneurs may lose their business or close down their business with the emergence of technologies. Okay, I mentioned just now the benefits of digitalizations your business. Okay, the powerful of digitalization is one not just on the R&D but on marketing and branding. So we have to be real now, right? So even though if you have a warung or you have a warung kopi or whatever, right? So the least that you could do is one, to have a website on your businesses. The second least that you should do, register for the online delivery platform. Okay, so that will give you the expansion of the business, because if you're not in the league as what we are now in the future, yes, the answer is you may lose out your business, because the business environment is very dynamic now, is very vast. So the technology is actually facilitating us to expand our business. So the answer, yes, we have to learn, we have to do it. So in Malaysia now currently we are coaching the micro entrepreneurs how to develop the website, how to register online businesses so that they can be in the Grab league or e-hailing and so forth. That's kind. And to the educators, so I would like to emphasize again that introducing just digital entrepreneurship subject is not good enough. Yeah. Okay, but rather you have to infuse and embed the entrepreneurship, the technology knowledge applications into your subject matters. For example, like marketing, maybe you have to embed some digitalization, so knowledge on technology in marketing. Same goes with the medical doctor. So you may want to learn about the medical technologies that much more relevant into your field of study. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Roselina. Thank you for Ratna also. Okay, now we come to Prof. Dennis. There are two participants asked. Remember, okay.
So one question was about digital literacy and things we should be thinking about at the university level. The other question was about support. What kind of support can governments and other entities provide for digital entrepreneurship? So I think the Vice Governor was very savvy and indicating some possibilities in terms of that. I can say more generally that everybody has to understand that for us to accelerate improvements towards the future, that parties who historically have not collaborated very closely with each other have to develop better understandings of each other's world. So like for sometimes it's very common for academics to criticize the government and say, well, the government's not doing anything. And for the government to say, well, the nonprofits aren't doing what they're supposed to be doing. And then the corporations say, well, neither the government nor the universities nor the nonprofits are doing what they're doing. I've worked across all these sectors in my lifetime, sometimes simultaneously. And it's sort of like revolving doors. You go to one conversation over here and they're blaming those people, and then you go to this one and they're blaming those people. And who is to blame is all of us. We have to change our ways too. In the same way this environment has accelerated the transfer of knowledge and the transfer of information at the speed of light, we are still many times hanging on to our established boundaries, our traditions, and missing the point that these boundaries are now porous. Things pass back and forth and should pass back and forth. So I participated in a project some years ago, which it took a while for it to really get robust. But I partnered with, and this was a project in the Netherlands, between the Department of Economic Development and the Department of Education. We created consortia of one polytechnic, one academic research institution, and one general purpose educational institution, and we put them in a triad in the geographic areas across the Netherlands. We started out with 4 clusters. Now the entire university system is structured this way. And I'm pleased to say it's still going strong. In fact, it's much stronger now than it was when we started. Why? Because for startup purposes, we need to be better connected to things happening at the frontiers of science, technology, engineering, medicine, all these various things. Sometimes the intellectual capital is discovered in some of these places, but then nobody actually knows how to take it to market, right? The government is involved in this because it wants to know the future before it happens and try to see, well, what kind of changes do we need to make to actually facilitate this development? So I think there's a need for broader consortia. There's a need for much more partnership between the different sectors of society. Each of these sectors lacks in certain ways. This is a fundamental theory about society. Each of these sectors lacks something. They are much stronger together than they are working apart. Keeping in mind there will always be certain budgetary, regulatory, legal reasons for them to still be separate from each other, but we need to work better together. And we are better together, and it's nice to see what's happening, I think, coming back and forth here to this part of Indonesia, in that I think it's fair to say that East Java is in a different position in regards to this than it was 10 years ago. There's much more interaction, interchange, and you have a governor coming on board here, and it's clear he's already clued in. He knows what's going on. He knows what happens. He knows what his role is. He knows what your role is, and he knows what the role of the entrepreneurs are. So this is the results of the work of a lot of people to figure out how to work together in new ways. And I think that's a critical lesson that all of us should take to heart. If you're a digital entrepreneur, if you don't consider yourself a digital entrepreneur, you need to become one. But you need other people. You need other organizations. You need to reach out for help and not just try to do it alone.
Thank you, Prof. Dennis. That's what already also mentioned by the Vice Governor, interaction, collaboration, and also innovation. Okay, yeah, I think our time is already up. If you have another question, probably later, okay, you can join again our next session. We have a second session of another keynote speakers. Once again, okay, on behalf of the committee of the 10th ICOEN International Conference on Entrepreneurship, I would like to thank Dr. Trianggoro Bradinata, Professor Dennis Chick, and also Professor Rosalina. Thank you very much for sharing and also educating all of us here about the topic today, more in digital entrepreneurship. Okay, I think I'm going to wrap up. Thank you very much for your attention, and also for the audience, participants in the Zoom, thank you. We are going to have a break about 40 minutes and we will continue at 1 p.m.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Manek and all the speakers, you may back to your places.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so sharing information to all the participants in Zoom that we will have approximately 45 minutes break. So the events will be start again exactly at 1 p.m. for the next keynote speaker session. So you may take a break for 40 minutes. Don't leave the Zoom because we are using the same link to the next session, which is exactly be start at 1 p.m. Have a break and see you soon at 1.
Mic-nya 4.
Empat,
Oke.
empat.
Heeh.
Mau dimatiin apa nggak usah, Pak?
Dimatiin nggak apa, Bu, nanti aja dinyalain. Masih jam 2 tuh, Bu?
Betul.
Ya, dimatiin aja.
Okay, welcome again to the 10th ICON International Conference on Entrepreneurship 2023, Facing Economic Uncertainty Through Digital Entrepreneurship. Well, actually, we have done our first session in which we have enormous and excellent keynote speaker. So after the break, we will continue with the second keynote speaker session. So I would like to invite the moderator of our second keynote speaker session, which is Kartika Sari Gunawan, SAMM. The time and place is yours, Ms. Kartika Sari Gunawan.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Charlie. Okay, good afternoon, participants. Let me introduce my name. I'm Kartika Sari Gunawan, Sarjana Ekonomi Magister Management. Today, I will become your moderator for this international conference on entrepreneurship. Okay, so today in this second session, we will have two keynote speakers. The first one is Dr. V. Shamala Susan, and the second is Mr. Alan Tubikov. And I would like to introduce first to our first keynote speaker, Dr. V. Shamala Susan, Master of Computer Applications, Master of Philosophy, Doctor of Philosophy, and Dr. Susan working as a head assistant professor in computer science in APC Mahalakshmi College for Women in Thoothukudi, India for 18 years. Now, I would like to present Dr. Susan to present the session with her topic, Unleashing the Power, Exploring the Transformative Potential of AI for Digital Entrepreneurs in Uncertain Economic Conditions. For Dr. Susan, the time is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished professors, participants from different countries, conference organizers. It's really a great pleasure and honor for me to be here as a keynote speaker at the International Conference on Digital Entrepreneurship. Could you please share my presentation? Or, kindly permit me to share my presentation. Thank you. Presentation. The topic of my presentation is Unleashing the Power, Exploring the Transformative Potential of AI for Digital Entrepreneurship in Uncertain Economic Conditions. In this presentation, we shall explore how AI can profoundly impact digital entrepreneurs.
Musicians, I would like to inform you that the share screen is not available right now.
Okay.
Okay.
Can you able to see, sir?
Not yet. Not yet. So the committee would you like to prepare also the material from Susan?
Okay, fine.
Sure. Okay, Ms. Susan?
Yeah.
I
Shall I
think
start?
Yes, sure.
Yeah. The topic is Unleashing the Power, Exploring the Transformative Potential of AI for Digital Entrepreneurs in Uncertain Economic Conditions. In this presentation, we shall explore how AI can profoundly impact digital entrepreneurs, particularly in times of economic uncertainty. We'll discuss about how AI technologies can be leveraged to bring about significant changes and what are all the improvements in various aspects of digital entrepreneurship. First, let us break down this title to understand its components and its implication. Unleashing the Power. Actually, this phase indicates the untapped potential or capabilities that AI possesses. It implies that AI can be a powerful force which is waiting to be utilized effectively. Next is exploring the transformative potential of AI. This indicates that how AI can radically change or how it can transform the landscape of digital entrepreneurship. Thus, it proves that AI has ability to bring about and some of the substantial and positive changes. Digital entrepreneurs, as you know, they are the individuals engaged in creating and manipulating or managing digital businesses. They primarily operate in online realm by utilizing the technology and internet to develop or grow their business. Uncertain economic condition, this phase indicates the unpredictability or volatility in the economic landscape. Economic uncertainty, it may take place because of various factors like market fluctuations, regulatory changes, geopolitical events, or some of the unexpected crises like pandemic. As you know, AI has positive impact with entrepreneurs, but when we review the literature, there is a clear lack of systemization pertaining to this correlation in the listed contents. So what I have done is I have done a systematic literature review to connect AI and entrepreneurship. And I have finally designed a model which is suitable for AI-enabled entrepreneurship. We will discuss one by one. Start with the introduction to AI for digital entrepreneurs. During this time of economic uncertainty, all the digital entrepreneurs are actively finding innovative methods to maintain them in a competitive business. One of the most promising solutions is utilizing the power and potential of AI, which is a transformative force capable of driving significant changes. AI has the power to revolutionize the existing business, and this can provide lots of benefits which can help the entrepreneurs to succeed even in their challenging times. So here we explore the unexplored capabilities of AI one by one and illustrate how it can empower digital entrepreneurs, not only to survive, but they can withstand or compete with other business competitors, especially during their economic unpredictability. As you all know, AI can enhance efficiency, productivity, customer experience, marketing, and decision making. Let's see how this can be achieved. First is increase efficiency and productivity. So AI has automation capability. So this enables to handle repetitive tasks, and this can do time-consuming tasks, which can significantly increase the operational efficiency. So by automating the routine process like data entry, scheduling, and customer inquiries, the entrepreneurs can save their time, and they can save the resources. So this allows them to focus on higher value tasks. Critically, this will help them to grow their business. Next is improved customer experience. So as you know, AI can analyze customer data. So this is help to provide personalized experience. Take, for example, chat box. So this will help to engage with customers in a personalized manner. So it can address the specific needs and preferences. So this level of personalization enrich customer satisfaction and loyalty. And finally, it helps to get a positive overall experience. Next is personalized marketing strategies. So AI can analyze vast amount of customer data. This will help to identify trends and preferences. So with the collected information, entrepreneurs can identify their marketing strategies to target the specific customers efficiently. So AI helps to optimize timing, content, which channels are suitable for marketing campaigns, etc. Then data-driven decision making. As you know, AI processes large amounts of data quickly and accurately. This can able to extract valuable insights. So customer can make use of these decisions on their insights, ensuring they are well informed or aligned with the marketing trends or customer behavior. Focus on innovation and strategy. As I said, AI helps in automating repetitive tasks, and it helps to optimize operation. Digital entrepreneurs can make use of this time and effort to innovation and strategic planning. This allows them to develop repetitive and refined products, services, or business models. Competitive edge in uncertain economic conditions. So when you utilize AI effectively, this provides a competitive advantage. The above features of AI, like efficiency, personalized customer interaction, or data-driven decisions, this help to adapt to market changes. This adaptability needed to survive in adaptability needed to survive in uncertain economic times. Next, let's explore how AI plays a crucial role in assisting the digital entrepreneurs, especially during uncertain economic times. First one is it helps to predict customers' behavior and it helps to identify what are all the demanding patterns and what are all the emerging market opportunities. Next is it helps in optimizing the business processes. So cost-effective operations are needed during economic uncertainty. AI is good at optimizing business processes by, as I said, automating the tasks, improving the resource allocation, or it helps in improving the efficiencies. Next is it helps to enhance the customer services. Like chatbots and virtual assistants, it gives round-the-clock support. So, and it helps to answer the common queries which are raised by the any user, and it gives personalized interaction. So this leads to enhanced customer satisfaction even when the resources are limited. Then coming to informed decision making, AI analyzes diverse data sources. So the entrepreneurs can make informed decisions in various sectors. Next is mitigating risk. Always economic uncertainty comes with various risks like financial instability, supply chain disruption, and market volatility. So AI predictive analytics can identify what are all the risks that I've encountered, and it helps or it guides to mitigate them. Then staying ahead in a rapidly changing business landscape. In today's competitive business environment, staying ahead of competitors is very, very important. AI helps in that way. Next, we'll see some of the real-world case studies which showcase the successful AI implementation in uncertain times. First, we'll start with Netflix. Netflix uses AI predictive analytics to forecast customer demand. Netflix uses some of the characteristics like user behavior, user viewing history, and other metrics using AI algorithm. So this helps to identify, or this helps to predict what type of content the users are using. And so this enables Netflix to tailor the content creation and acquisition strategies more clearly. Next, when we come to Uber, it uses machine learning algorithm. So this uses factors like what is the customer demand, what is the time of a day, what is the weather, what are all the traffic conditions. According to those factors, it dynamically adjusting the prices. When we use ChatGPT, this is developed by OpenAI, which uses natural language processing to improve customer service interaction. So it can answer all our queries, it provide assistance. So this enhance customer services by providing quick and accurate responses. So all those above 3 case studies use different methodologies like predictive analysis, machine learning, and natural language processing. So when we use these different algorithms or methodologies, this will help the business to grow in a different environment. Only some of the case studies have been listed here. Next, we'll see how we overcome the challenges when we adopt AI as a digital entrepreneur. First comes initial investment. So when we implement AI, it requires significant advancements in software. It needs more investments in hardware and skilled professionals. So what we can do is we can seek funding options like capital or grants to support AI adoption. Or sometimes we can explore cloud-based AI services which can offer cost-effective solutions like pay-as-you-go price models. Next is lack of expertise. Many entrepreneurs don't have necessary expertise to develop or manage AI systems. So in such case, they may hire data scientists or they may outsource AI developments. So this may help bridge the existing gap. Then data privacy and data security. When we handle sensitive customer data, implementing AI system can raise concerns about privacy. So in such case, we have to give importance, or we have to ensure your data is protected. When we integrate existing system, integrating AI into a existing business will be a complex task. So they must gradually integrate, and they must use phased approach, which can minimize the disruptions. Next is ethical consideration. So developing, when we develop AI system, it must be free from bias. And in such case, ethical consideration would be a challenging part. So entrepreneurs must prioritize ethical AI development. So they have to regularly review what AI algorithms can be used, what AI algorithm can be used for bias and fairness. Next is compliance and regulations. So we shall keep up to date with the relevant regulations and ensure compliance. So we need to collaborate with legal experts who are specializing in AI and data protection to navigate the legal landscape effectively. Coming to scalability, for that we should invest AI algorithms that should be capable and flexible. So by addressing all these challenges, they can harness the power of AI to enhance their business. And this will be very useful, or this will help them to navigate, especially during economic uncertainty conditions. Next, we'll see what are all the strategies for integrating AI into their business model. Here we'll discuss some of the successful integration methods. First, you have to identify what are all the areas where we can add AI to get a significant value. What are all the areas, whether we can add it in the customer service, or we can add it in the data analysis, or marketing, or operational efficiency. First, we have to identify that. Next, in any one of the course, because we may not aware of the courses, so we have to enroll in any one of the AI courses, or you have to enroll in some tutorial to get fundamental knowledge. Next is you have to define a specific goals which aims to achieve through AI integration. First you have to identify in which areas, whether we need to improve response time in customer service, or whether you need to increase sales through personalized marketing. So you have to first identify that. Then, as I said, always data, more data is private. So you have to ensure data privacy and data security is maintained when we integrate AI in our new business process. Next is you have to utilize automatic repetitive tasks or streamline operations to allocate resources more efficiently. Then you have to improve the customer satisfaction by recommendations, or you have to give services based on the preferences and services based on the behavior. Next is foster a culture, that is, we should encourage employees to use technologies and propose innovative ways to integrate them into their business model. So when we use these strategies, they can effectively integrate the new AI methods into their existing business model. Indeed, ethical conditions or considerations are very, very important when we integrate AI into the business model. First, it should give transparency and explainability, and it should be fairness and bias, and it should ensure data privacy, and it should be accountability and liability. That is, we should clearly define what are all the roles and what are all the responsibilities for AI systems within your organization. Then sometimes job displacement and workforce impact may happen, and how to give data security. So AI systems may be vulnerable to cyber attacks. So we have to ensure data security at all cases. Then coming to decision making, AI guidelines within your organization should highlight all the principles like fairness, transparency, accountability, and we should give steps to avoid everything. Then accessibility and inclusivity should be there, and we should give public awareness and education to inform people about AI capabilities, what are all the limitations, and what are all the ethical considerations. Next, we'll see future trends and possibilities for AI in digital entrepreneurship. So it starts with personalized marketing and customer experience. It helps to predictive analytics and business insights. It helps to automate the routine tasks. It helps to detect AI-powered cybersecurity solutions, and it helps to analyze natural language processing advancements. So it helps to analyze unstructured data like customer reviews, social media interactions, and it helps to analyze emails, etc. And also it helps to predict demand. It helps to improve logistics, reducing lead times and minimizing the cost. And it helps to improve the real-time actionable insights, and it helps to improve the customer behavior as well. Then it helps to optimize the energy consumption. It helps in reducing the waste, eco-friendly practices. Everything is possible when we integrate AI. Then when we AI and IoT integration will lead to smarter and interconnected devices systems. So AI will analyze vast amounts of IoT generated data to make real-time decisions, and this will help to further enhance operational efficiency and consumer experiences. Like that, when we enhance AR and VR applications, this is possible only because of AI. So let's break down the actionable steps for integrating AI effectively during uncertain economic conditions. First, we should stay informed about updated AI trends. Next is you have to identify what are all the areas that we can implement AI in our business. And we should collaborate with AI experts and consultants. Then invest in AI tools and technologies. So you have to allocate resources to invest in AI tools and technologies. Next, continuously, we have to evaluate and adapt what AI strategies can be used. So by taking these actionable steps, digital entrepreneurs can effectively leverage AI transformative potential to improve their business operation. So here I present a model to interpret the role of AI in entrepreneurial process. So this model consists of 4 parts, which are aggregated into 3 levels. First part explains how AI algorithm is used to identify and exploit entrepreneurial opportunities. Second is helps in identifying decision-making analysis, and it helps to see how AI can implement automatic decisions. And it suggests some actions based on available data. Third one is called exploiting, and it focuses on increasing productivity, performance, rapid growth. Especially it addresses how AI plays a role when we improve selling functions or processes, and it helps to scale rapidly without traditional constraints and challenges. So these are the things that yet to be fully addressed. So this could help some of the avenues for future research. So coming to when we take opportunity and prospective, so here you are integrating neuroscience principles with AI. So entrepreneurs can gain a deeper understanding of customer behavior. So entrepreneurs communicate behavior and analyze presentations of startups. So to sum up, entrepreneurs must carefully evaluate when and how to use AI. And last, when we use performance and exploiting, blockchain can be used in transport. Thus, entrepreneurs can track their product movement. They can identify the inefficiencies and improve the logistics and inventory management. So to sum up, when entrepreneurs carefully evaluate when and how to use AI, so here the further research should investigate how they can obtain the benefit of AI while avoiding the pitfalls like unemployment or inequality, etc. So finally, when here we are in the world where we have to use AI, there is no longer option, so it is a necessity. So digital entrepreneurs who harness the power of AI effectively will not only navigate uncertainties, but they should try and lead in their respective industries. So by embracing AI, all the entrepreneurs are poised to revolutionize their business. This will enable them to ensure their sustainable growth. So the future is undoubtedly belongs to those who dare to unleash the transformative potential of AI. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for patiently listening.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Susan, for the amazing presentations for the topic, exploring the transformative potential of AI for digital entrepreneurs in uncertain economic conditions. Dear participants, if there is questions, I would like to comment. You may ask questions and type it in the chat box. Later on, after the second sessions that are delivered by Mr. Alan, we will open the discussions. But if you have already think you have questions that want to ask, you may directly type it in the chat box. Later on, we will discuss it with our both speaker. Okay, thank you, Dr. Susan, for the sessions. And now
thank you very much.
Thank you. And now I would like to invite and introduce our second keynote speaker in this afternoon sessions, Mr. Alan Tubikov. Mr. Alan Tubikov has a strong interest in commitment to the future with experience in all sectors, both within Australia and internationally, particularly within energy and construction. Mr. Alan Tubikov is a trainer, consultant at ATSolve BDD Ltd, and also Executive Director, International Finding Other Solutions, and President, Australia-New Zealand Institute of Sustainable Management. This session, Mr. Alan Tubikov will present his topic with the title, The Human Face of Digital Entrepreneurship. So, Mr. Alan Tubikov, this time is yours. You can start presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for this afternoon's opportunity to discuss this topic with you. Unfortunately, I tend to think slightly differently about artificial intelligence. I'd like to think of it as automated knowledge, because in many cases, that's exactly what we're talking about. We're talking about acquired knowledge, how to get the most out of that acquired knowledge. Intelligence, I like to always think, requires a bit of human involvement in there. So I personally like to have a demarcation between the two. But anyway, enough of that. Let's talk about what we're talking about this afternoon, which is the human face of digital entrepreneurship. And for that, I will share screen. Share screen, yes. And we will do it there. Yeah. Okay. So everybody can see that now? Yes, good. Okay, so we're talking about the human face of digital entrepreneurship. We're talking about now, we got a bit of an introduction there before, thank you very much. Over the last few years, I've been working with Mr. Siam Daya from Indonesia. We've both been involved with ANZICM. We've both been involved in writing simplified books about this particular topic. The history of entrepreneurship is some 20,000 years old. And in many cases, it actually started in around the Indonesian area in Asia. And it's about how people organise and manage and assume the risk of business when a goal of generating economic value. So we've got to understand how it's dealing with people, and we've got to understand how we do things and how we can do them better. As I said, the characteristics of digital entrepreneurship is that it is complex, and it's important to understand that it is a topic which is a key pillar in many cases to economic growth and job creation and innovation. The term of entrepreneurship actually comes from a French verb, and as I say, is some 20,000 years old. So we're really talking about how digital is changing a very old thing. Now, as we said, it's 20,000 years old, and the first trade is supposedly to have occurred 17,000 years ago in New Guinea. So it's appropriate that we're talking about this in Indonesia at the moment. So how have things changed? Well, the actual thing of being entrepreneurial is actually part of our DNA because it's been around for so long. We as civilizations do entrepreneurial things in all sorts of different ways. So today we're talking about how we get innovation into it. Now, so innovation is about how to create a benefit from and a solution to a problem, how to include innovation, and how to appreciate human interaction and impact, and also to generate how we can test that the benefit is real. We can create a benefit, but a benefit is only as good as if it can be tested. Now, one thing we do have to remember is that almost 1/3 of the world's population have never used the internet. 15% of the world's population don't have access to reliable electricity. And the world is full of cultural, religious, and educational, social variance. Variable expectations are everywhere, and the technology is also varied because we've got Apple versus Microsoft versus Google versus just about half a dozen other people. So when you're looking at it, there is no common element which you can say is in real terms from one country to another. We all have different cultures, different religions, and even within a country, there's variable expectations. I'm sure if I asked the same question in, say, Jakarta versus asking it in Surabaya or Bali, I would get different expectations. And that's why it has largely become this issue of entrepreneurship has become part of our human DNA. We develop solutions, but we develop them often at a local level, maybe at a country level. But if we go to doing anything else outside of that, we then have to have variables built in, because the constraints are the impact on society and life, the impact on employment, the need for associated programs and initiatives required to support it. We talked about earlier about education, but we've also got to talk about how technology is available. Does everywhere have the same access to technology? Do we need to improve infrastructure like communication systems, electricity, etc.? Then we've got to do the resistance between age, gender, and in some cases, cultural and religious. Around the world, if you actually look at certain countries, they are like, for instance, if you use Gmail and you go into China, you can't use it because it's not there. So we've got these things that we have to do separately to get ourselves going and to work out how to do things differently. So Microsoft can come up with one version around the world, but we have to deal with all of these other constraints so that we can then understand how to deliver that issue locally. Now, we talked about earlier, there was discussions about the small to mediums. That's a perfect example with small to mediums, how they can actually get it. From an early point with entrepreneurship, you have to analyse and review the scope, analyse and review the delivery method, analyse and review need and expectations, consider past experiences and influences. And a major one that sometimes isn't given enough, is it really needed? Do we need it? And is the investment a real value add? It's great to say sometimes that we have startups and we do this with AI and all the other things. But in some cases, we have to sit back and ask, how is it really going to be used? How's it going to be influenced? Do we really need it now? And is the investment a real value add? Particularly when one third of the world hasn't even seen the internet regularly. One of the first speakers this morning was talking about past experiences and influences. That is a very big issue, because we have to go back always and work out, have we done some of this before? Did we get it wrong? If we got it wrong, why did we get it wrong? If we didn't get it wrong, then perhaps we can just simply get on with things in a different way. We've got to learn from them. And when we start learning from these things, we have to understand who's really benefiting and how. Review, research, monitor throughout the life cycle, and the control mechanisms, the security data, the identity, the users, unfortunately the scammers, because I don't know what it's like in Indonesia, but at the moment, every so often, one of our telcos is out of action because they've had a virus, or they've had a data problem, or they've had a data leakage. Our supermarkets close down sometimes or reduce their capacity because their systems are out due to a fault. We've had data problems in many cases. So we've got to be able to understand who's really benefiting it, besides the telcos and the mainstream computer companies. Who else is producing the benefit? And once we understand who those stakeholders are, we can then understand what we've got to do, how we've got to do it, and get on with doing things. So these are the things that are often not done very well. These are the problem areas up front that are ignored. So when we deal with these upfront properly, then we can understand that the use of digital technologies and resulting digital entrepreneurships is a complex issue. We know that we have numerous stakeholders that can be affected both positively and negative with potential variations. No one answer will suit all. Digital entrepreneurship won't exist in isolation. We were talking before about how we have to involve human people and how we deal with the dissemination of the information. So just to say that the computer said we could do this, we still have to have the overriding issue of should we still have human intervention into this or not? Because if we can get human intervention in and we can get digital entrepreneurship in and we can work together, we can sometimes sort out the issues. We've got to remember that sometimes we press a button in one country and it has a monumental effect on the other side of the world through computers because we exist in a global area and we've all got to deal with it. One of the things that we've had before about associated infrastructure, we always saw this photo from years gone by with a small little hut in the middle of the African area, but to get them to use their computers and all that, up went the solar panels so that they could operate them, because it's great to have a computer, but then you've got to have access to the electricity reliably as well. So you've got to sometimes understand what we need. We need issues and we need them resolved. And the influences that we've got will require different outcomes. So the issue, the march towards AI and digital entrepreneurship is not something by itself. We have to be looking at how we deal with things, when we deal with things, what else we have to do them. Because if we look at the money that is spent, sometimes we look at it and think 1/3 of the people have never got access to this technology. Then we've got to add in the fact of not only giving them the technology, but giving them understanding of how to use the technology. And we've also got to stop and think that a lot of these digital solutions have a very limited life. They have obsolescence. We've got, what are we up to now? Version 11 or version 12 or something of the operating systems for some of them. Some of our systems don't exist anymore. Some of them don't get supported anymore. So we'll create a digital entrepreneurial solution, but we've got to understand how we're going to keep it up to date, how we're going to keep those planned obsolescence going, and also how we can make sure that the same upgrades are occurring all around the world and that the upgrades are correct. It's pointless issuing an upgrade and then a week later say, oh, sorry, we have to do a patch because that contained an error. We have to understand the limitations of our market and make sure that we're putting the right people in and the right equipment in to resolve things. As I said before, we need human intervention to succeed, and the digital entrepreneur creates benefits for humanity. The human factor is the essential key. We talked briefly before about sustainability, which was the biggest issue before. Now we're talking about digital entrepreneurship. The two are linked. So the rules should be therefore that we have an effective understanding and dealing with people, creating an appreciation, a need for a product or service, and how to meet that need. appreciation of diversity of humanity, and how it can influence how a need is met, organising and managing the creation and delivering whilst being flexible. So those issues there relate to the fact that we have to get in there and organise things, but understand that there are multiple layers of stakeholders. There is not just one solution that's going to solve all retailers. As the Vice Governor was talking about before, the number of people in Eastern Java where the population, where the people in the business are 1 to 4 and people in the business, or 1 to 10. That's where the differences occur, just in that region. So we have to understand how we're going to get through these issues and how we're going to build flexibility in. And it's a human flexibility. It's not an AI flexibility or a digital flexibility in many cases. But we have to agree that change is always occurring, and the actions must include the principles of stop, think, consider, rethink, reconsider, implement, and then rethink, reconsider regularly to seek the best possible outcome for all. Right from the beginning, we have to start to be looking at that and go, we've got an idea of what we want to do with it, stop. Now, once we've stopped, let's start to think through the issues, consider each of the issues, then go back and rethink it, because as our human data increases, we think, oh, that's actually changed. And when you're looking at long-term projects, for instance, defence projects, the IT that's built into those is always evolving. So you have to be thinking, reconsidering, implementing, and then as soon as it's implemented, start to rethink, reconsider it regularly to get the best, because we're going to, as people start to use IT and entrepreneurship solutions, their expectations will change, their ideas will change, and as they change, you will need to get in and start thinking about things differently. So if there is any issues, feel free to give me a call or drop me an email. No problems whatsoever. The sorts of things that I've been doing is a training course called MAPPERS, which actually deals with a lot of this stuff, where we say stop and think and get the multiple levels of people involved. I was very interested in the previous ones because we've actually written a book called Past Influence and Ancient Lessons. And it was good to see the beginning of the speakers at the early stages there talking about exactly the same things. So thank you very much for that, and look forward to getting back to basics. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Alan and Mr. Alan. Okay, so participants, I would like to ask if you have any questions, you can directly put the question in the chat. Before we're moving to the Q&A session, okay, I see some people that are raising hands, but let me please have a brief summary for this both of sessions from Dr. Susan. Where the topic is more into the AI, exploring about the needs of AI, which is the AI is very good and very neat, in digital entrepreneurship. It could lead like a increase in efficiency, productivity, and helps in all of the things, and then it can make like a more customized to the specific target market, and then it can help the owner of the business to do the business work, and then the owner of the business or the managers can be focused on the strategy. And then, however, there are some challenges. It could be included into the ethical considerations, and then like the initial investment, which is not low, and then some of lack of expertise, and then challenges in data and privacy, There are also in AI, with AI, there's a lot of strategy that can help the business to identify opportunities in business models. And then, yeah, the other strategies can make like education and trainings for the business owners to use the AI. However, the first topic is strengthened by Mr. Alan's topic, which is the topic is the human face of digital entrepreneurship. The key is about the human factor is the essential key, because not of all populations is using internet, and in the research that mentioned by Mr. Allen, even 15% they have no access to reliable electricity. So however, the needs to like the digital entrepreneurship is still need to be have a good supported from the environment, from the government and environment. So based on this wonderful two sessions, so I would like to open for the Q&A. I can see here Mr. Reza Mahendra. Okay, you're already raising the hands, Mr. Reza Mahendra. You can go for the questions.
Okay, first of all, my question might be a bit out of topic, but here is all explanations. Heard that you're explaining many conditions, such as population has never used the internet, or population has access to 3 hours on reliable electricity and more. Me, as part of young generation, who tries to seek any business opportunities, especially in my country in Indonesia, Mr. Alan, would you recommend me a specific business opportunity which potentially grow in at least in the next 5 or 10 years? That's all my questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Alan. So, sorry, Mr. Reza. So, Mr. Reza, are you asking to Mr. Alan or Dr. Susan or both?
Sorry?
Mr. Reza, do you asking this question is to Dr. Susan or Mr. Alan?
So, Mr. Alan.
Okay, so Mr. Alan, the questions that I can repeat from Reza is, Mr. Reza is asking about what kind of business opportunity that probably, or maybe the digital business that probably could be happen, or maybe can be run, or maybe will be could to be executed in this within 5 to 10 years, especially in Asian countries. Can answer these questions?
I can, from what I know of the area there, I've been to various parts of Indonesia several times. Now, Indonesia is not the only country. There's a lot of Asian countries and a lot of African countries that are in the same boat, that the access to infrastructure is a major problem. And for the next 5 to 10 years, there's going to have to be a major upgrade in a lot of information systems, electricity systems, the rollout of solar energy, the rollout of waste to energy systems where waste is then going to generate the electricity rather than worrying about solar and all the rest of it. So we're going to be dealing with more than one issue at a time. These issues, once we can get power into areas, that's fine. They can roll it out. However, it has been found around the world that the introduction of the internet, unrestricted to it, has also a number of other issues, because it brings different cultures, different understandings, different terminologies, and all sorts of different things that people are not used to. And this is where, when you're doing a rollout of a digital entrepreneurship approach, you've got to understand where it's being rolled out to, how it's being rolled out, and who it's really going to influence. You know, we sometimes talk about a farmer who's worked a farm like for 300-400 years, it's been in his family, and then the government comes in and takes it over and builds a shopping centre or a factory on it. Now, those farmers do not have the same skills as a lot of other people, but they're still very skilled at what they do. So as part of just simply building a new factory, you've maybe got 10 or 15 sub-projects in there that have to be dealt with. How you're dealing with the public with regard to that, but also how the influences over people. When you're going to displace people, you're going to take people out of one job and put into another job because of entrepreneurship. And yes, 5 to 10 years is not an unrealistic approach to having to deal with major upgrades of infrastructure and understandings and expectations. And then as soon as you've done all that, you start all over again because their expectations have grown. Hope that answered Reese's question.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. I hope that this can answer Mr. Reza's questions. Okay, so I would like still to open the question and answer. If anyone that want to ask, you may raise your hands, or probably if you want to better to do it in the chat, you may also chat. Okay, so is there any other questions? Or maybe I would like to ask to Dr. Susan. Yeah, your topic was very amazing, Doctor. There are a lot of challenges in applying AI into digital entrepreneurship, especially for those that are in the older generations that haven't been never used technology. So is it like still possible for the AI, implementing the AI like fully 100% in business for the older generations, or is there any suggestions for the older generations that they already have a business and it quite be sustainable up till now? So is there any like suggestions, or maybe kind of like a tips or maybe strategy for them, Dr. Susan, please?
Yeah, ma'am. As I said, AI can be applied to older generations as well. So it has a wide range of applications, including it can be used in any sector like healthcare, social interaction, entertainment, everywhere. So everything is based on the three methodologies, like three algorithms, like machine learning, natural language processing. And if in such case, it can be integrated, ma'am. But there are possibilities.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Dr. Susan, for the answer. Okay. So if there are not other questions, maybe like I would like to ask again for the last questions, yeah, to put for Dr. Susan, and I would like also to know about the perspective from Mr. Alan. So when we're starting a business, there's a starting phase of business. Is it like what kind of the tips to using like to digitalize the business at the first initial starting phase of business? What kind of the best way to use the AI or maybe the digitalization in creating a business? So probably could be answered by Mr. Alan first, please. I would like to know from your perspective.
As I said at the end of the presentation there, if you're going to start up a business, stop. Don't start it. Don't start it in that you don't start thinking you know the answer. Because there's a fair indication you don't even understand the problem, let alone the answer. So when you think that you have a problem that you're trying to create an answer for, that's when you've got to start to consider things, rethink through them, continually keep analysing them and continually keep asking for an opinion from somebody else. As I said, there are umpteen dozen stakeholders involved in anything that we do, and every single one of them will have a different understanding of it. So the more you can research it to begin with, the more you can understand things. And then once you've understood them, then you can try and start up your creation and implementation. But before you issue that out, you then should go back and sort of do a lot of testing first to make sure that you've actually answered that need. As I said before, the money and the time that goes into it, you've got to make sure that it's creating a real benefit to real people and that they understand it, and most importantly, they want to use it. If they don't want to use it, then it's not worth anything. So there's a lot of involvement there. And as I said, when you start up thinking about it, you more than likely don't understand the whole question and you don't understand all your stakeholders. So just take the time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Alan, for your answer. And then for Dr. Susan, probably I also want to hear from your opinion in the start phase when you want to create a business. What kind of the AI or the digitalization things that can be implemented in the earlier stages of the business, in starting of business?
Actually, first thing you have to do is you have to understand your existing model, and you have to identify what are all the areas in which AI can be implemented, and you have to identify how you can collect data from different sources to implement AI project, and what are all the AI technologies that can be implemented, like whether you are going to use machine learning technology or deep learning or natural language processing or computer vision, whatever may be. First, you have to identify all those factors. And if you're not aware of AI technologies, you have to take some courses, or you have to get help from some expertise, and then only you can integrate AI into your existing business. I hope I have given.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Susan, for the answer. So I think this is already the end of the session. So thank you, Dr. Susan and Mr. Alan. So this session, I will give back to our Master of Ceremony, Mr. Charlie Hongdianto. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mystica, and also for our special guest, Mr. Susan and also Mr. Alan Supak. I'm sure that your information you are sharing is very, very beneficial to all the participants of this event. So I just want to recall once again, provide information to all the participants that tomorrow we are going to have the presentation session. So once again, to all the participants, tomorrow we are going to have a presentation sessions. The Zoom will be open at 8:45. Once again, the Zoom line will be open at 8:45, and exactly at 9 a.m. the presentations session will be started. So once again, the Zoom will be open at 8:45, and the presentation session will be start sharply at 9 a.m. So prepare your presentation, and we'll see you tomorrow. Once again, thank you so much for Mr. Alan and also for Misha Ma. Will take group photos for now. So everyone, please open your cam. We are going to take a group photo as well. Okay, so for all the participants, all the committee, would you like to open your cam, and so we can see your beautiful and handsome face? We are going to take a group photo. As handsome as our moderator, and as beautiful as our moderator today, Ma'am Natalia. But handsome, right? So once again, guys, if you're able to, please open your cam. We're going to take a group photo for the second session of today, ICOEN National Conference on Entrepreneurship. Okay, thank you so much. The committee already took the photo once again. Please prepare a presentation. So tomorrow I'm going to sure that you're going to present your paper, your article. Once again, thank you so much to Mrs. Susan and also Mr. Alan Tupac to pick off and also for the committee for the first day of the 10 item. Good afternoon and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Mr. Charlie, Ms. Tika.
Thank you, our handsome moderator.
Okay, Pak Yus.